Councillor Sluss, we are now live.
Welcome everybody to the February 9th Committee of the Whole Community Development. I would now call the meeting to order, and I would ask everybody to please rise as you are able for the reading of the invocation. As we come together today, we recognize the great responsibilities laid upon us. Our council will always strive to understand the needs of the people we serve and to use power wisely and well. Our purpose is to maintain and establish a city of prosperity and righteousness where freedom prevails and where justice rules. Let us also not forget those who served our community and who are no longer with us, so that we continue to do the work we must in their memory. Please be seated. Deputy Clerk, could you please take the roll?
Councillor Weaver.
Present.
Councillor Martin.
Here.
Councillor Vanderstelt.
Present.
Councillor Utley.
Present.
Councillor Antosky.
Here.
Mayor Davis. Sorry, Mayor Davis, I think you were muted.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Van Tilburg.
Present.
Councillor McCreary.
Here.
Councillor Wall.
Here.
Councillor Carpenter.
Present.
And Chair Councillor Sluss.
Present. Now I'd like to remind the committee and our viewing public of a few procedural rules for our virtual meetings in the operating as efficiently as possible. All members will be muted for the meeting to reduce feedback. All web cameras for committee members shall be turned on. Staff will be requested to join the video meeting should the need to answer questions from members of committee arise. Any member of committee should indicate they wish to speak by pressing the raised hand button on the participant list screen, bottom right-hand side. Clerk staff will lower the hand when you have been recognized by the chair for your speaking opportunity. In the event of a connection or service disruption occurs that affects quorum of the committee of the whole, we will recess the meeting for up to 15 minutes to regain quorum. If quorum is not achieved, the meeting will be adjourned. All members of the committee participating via online video conference will vote using eScribe, and the clerk will announce the vote results. Members of the public who registered as delegates or under the statutory public hearings are able to take part electronically via webcam or via the telephone for the meetings. All rules for delegations under the city's procedural bylaw continue to apply. Are there any members of the committee that have a declaration of conflict of pecuniary interest on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, at this time I'll ask the members what items they would like to separate for discussion purposes, noting that 7.1.5, which is the moving of the Crystal Cottage, will already be separated as there are delegations speaking to it. Are there any others? Okay, Councillor Martin.
Item 7.1.3 and 7.1.7.
Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Martin has separated 7.1.3. Thank you.
Okay, are there any others wishing? Councillor Antosky.
7.1.8, please.
Further? Mr. Mayor? You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
7.1.6.
Okay. Are there any further? Seeing none, Councillor Weaver, I believe you have the motion to put everything on the floor that was not separated, noting that 7.1 and 7.2 or no, I guess these items have been separated. Sorry.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So moved by myself, seconded by my ward mate, Councillor. I hope seconded by my ward mate. Perfect, Councillor Vanderstelt. That all items for consideration and consent, which are items 7.1 and 7.2, not separated for discussion purposes, be approved.
Thank you, Councillor Weaver. I'd ask the clerk to take the vote on all items not separated for discussion purposes.
Thank you. All items subject to the vote that have not been separated. are item 711, appointment of property standards officers, municipal law enforcement officers, and peace officers, building and municipal heritage inspectors. Item 712, new zoning bylaw procurement of consulting services. Item 714, application for zoning bylaw amendment, removal of holding H provision, PZ 21-2010 Kramer's Way. And item 7.2.1, CAO COVID-19 emergency update, and all minutes under 7.2.2. All items not separated for discussion purposes carried unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Councilors Vanderstelt, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Van Tilburg, Carpenter, McCreary, Utley, Weaver, and Mayor Davis.
Thank you. We now move into the statutory public hearings, and that's chaired by the mayor. So it's all yours, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sless. So good evening, everyone. We have 3 public hearings tonight. These public meetings or hearings are held in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act. The purposes of the meeting is to discuss planning applications and to hear from the public either in support or against the applications. At the end of each of the public meetings, the committee will pass a recommendation which will generally be considered for a final decision at the next meeting of council later this month. The name of anyone who speaks in regards to any item tonight will appear within the meeting minutes. Anyone wishing notice of any further proceedings regarding the application should also provide their name and address to the clerk's office. The procedure followed is that the applicant will speak first, followed by municipal staff, and then the public. The applicant will have an opportunity to provide any clarification to any questions or issues raised during the meeting. So without further ado, let's commence the public hearing. So the first item we have is item 5.1, the Downtown Community Improvement Plan 2021-60. I'll now ask that staff, since the city is the applicant, to present to the committee, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Victoria Coates, Intermediate Planner in Long Range Planning, and I will be presenting the Downtown Community Improvement Plan, or CIP, for Council's consideration and direction. Next slide, please. So this project came about as the result of a review of the former downtown CIP, which was focused on supporting property improvements for commercial and mixed-use buildings by providing direct financial grants. Following this review, the former CIP was repealed by Council in 2019 due to a lack of funding to continue its implementation. And at that time, staff were directed to investigate new options for a downtown CIP. And in 2020, Council directed staff to proceed with the preferred option for a new CIP, which would include a property tax increment-based grant, or a TIG. Next slide. So staff has prepared the proposed downtown CIP in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act. And this CIP includes the TIG program, which has been designed to incentivize large-scale redevelopment projects that include the creation of residential units as either standalone residential developments or mixed-use developments with both commercial and residential units. Staff has also prepared an associated implementation plan, which details how the grant program will be administered if it's approved by Council. Next slide. The community improvement project area, so that's the area where the grant program would apply, is proposed to be aligned with the new boundary for the Downtown Brantford Urban Growth Center, or the UGC. So this boundary was reviewed through the Municipal Comprehensive Review and the Official Plan Project. And through that process, it was proposed to be modified to encompass the areas where there is the greatest potential for redevelopment in order to help the city achieve its density and intensification targets. Now, the bylaw to adopt the new OP will be presented to Council in March, which will establish this UGC boundary. So the UGC has a specific policy context that the proposed property tax increment-based grant has been designed to support. So the UGC has a planned density of 150 residents and jobs per hectare, and increasing the overall supply of units is a key part of the city's growth management strategy. So offering grants through a downtown CIP in this area will help the city to stimulate development in this area and meet those targets. And in addition, one of the key objectives that prompted this project was to review the various downtown boundaries for different programs and policies. So aligning the UGC boundary with the CIP boundary for the downtown would be one step to ensuring that we have those consistent downtown boundaries. Next slide. So in terms of the details of the property tax increment-based grant, all properties located within the UGC would be eligible for the grant, and it's intended to support the development of standalone residential or mixed-use developments that would result in an increase in the property's assessed value. So once the project is complete, the property taxes would go up. I also wanted to highlight here that projects that have already been initiated prior to approval of a grant would still be eligible for the program. So in cases where construction may have already started. So while the preferred path is always that the grant applications would be approved by council prior to any projects beginning, we're certainly aware of lots of projects that have been initiated that would still be excellent candidates for the proposed grant program. So the eligibility and eligibility criteria in the CIP has been drafted with the intent to allow the city that flexibility to consider projects that have already been initiated. And through some of our ongoing consultation, we did get some questions about that point in particular, and therefore we have made a minor revision to the CIP to make that point very clear that projects already initiated are still eligible for the grant program. Next slide. So the property tax increment-based grant is structured as an annual tax rebate that's provided to the property owner after the project is complete. So the owner is required to pay the entire cost of the redevelopment project. And then after it's complete, the property is reassessed and the owner pays the increased property taxes each year. Then the city reimburses the owner a portion of that increase in municipal property taxes that resulted from the redevelopment. So the annual tax rebate lasts for a defined number of years, or once the redevelopment project, once the eligible costs for the redevelopment project have been repaid to the owner, so whichever comes first. And eligible redevelopment costs include the cost for materials and labor associated with demolition, site preparation, and construction. And there is no rebate for the pre-development tax amount. So that means that the city will continue to receive whatever the owner was paying in taxes prior to the redevelopment throughout the duration of that rebate program. And finally, it's important to note that because this is a tax rebate program, council does not need to allocate a direct budget to offer this grant program. Next slide. Staff considered 3 options for the length of the tax rebate period, so a 10-year, 7-year, and 5-year option. In each of the options, the percentage of the tax rebate is on a sliding scale. So the rebate to the owner is highest in the first year after the redevelopment. So it's 80% of that increase in municipal property taxes would be rebated to the owner in year 1, where the city would retain 20% of the increase in addition to the pre-development tax amount. And then throughout the duration of the rebate period, that percentage decreases over time. So by the final year in the program, the applicant would receive just 20% rebate in that increase in taxes. So the 10-year tax rebate option provides property owners with the greatest financial incentive to redevelop their properties, which also means that it results in the greatest financial implications to the city, whereas the 5-year rebate has the smallest implications to the city, but also provides the smallest financial incentive for property owners to redevelop their properties. The 10-year option outlined in this table has been included in the proposed downtown CIP, and this option is recommended by planning staff based on the review of best practices conducted in this project. So the 10-year timeframe is the most common option among comparable grant programs offered in other Ontario municipalities. So using that 10-year option will ensure that the City of Brantford remains competitive with other communities. Next slide. Now, I also wanted to draw your attention to the Greyfields Community Improvement Plan, and this is also under consideration by council this evening. It's the following item, just to explain how these CIPs will relate to each other. So with respect to the Greyfields CIP, the majority of the city's built up area is proposed to be the project area. So that's the area in light orange, with the exclusion of the downtown Brantford Urban Growth Center, so the area in red, because that is where the downtown CIP is proposed to apply. So this ensures that we don't have any overlapping project areas, which prevents confusion or duplication of the applicable programs. So the proposed Grayfield CIP also includes a TIG program, and it's structured in the same way as the TIG program that's offered through the proposed downtown CIP. But it is important to note that the objectives of the programs do differ. So the Grayfield CIP is intended to support the redevelopment of sites classified as Grayfields for mixed use development, so with both commercial and residential units, whereas the downtown program has more permissive eligibility criteria to achieve a broader redevelopment objective. So it allows for the development of all sites in the downtown with either mixed use buildings or also standalone residential buildings. Next slide. With the downtown CIP, staff has also prepared an associated implementation plan, and it outlines that planning staff would be responsible for administering the grant program, along with assistance from other departments as necessary. It also details all of the steps in the application process and outlines that staff will prepare reports to council with each application, and that council will be the approval authority for the applications. Marketing strategies are also included to help promote awareness of the program, including developing a CIP webpage, a brochure, and advertising the program on social media. And planning staff will maintain a monitoring database as well. And that database will be used to review applications and ensure that the grant program is being utilized and achieving its intended outcomes. And then staff can report back to council as necessary to update council with the data from the monitoring. Next slide, please. So planning staff is of the opinion that the TIG program offered through the proposed downtown CIP is a sustainable financial incentive program that can be used to facilitate new growth in the city's UGC and achieve intensification goals, while also promoting economic development and increasing the city's tax base. Therefore, staff recommends that the downtown CIP be adopted, and that the new downtown urban growth center be designated as the community improvement project area. Staff is recommending that the bylaws to adopt the CIP and the boundary be presented to council after the new official plan is adopted by bylaw. Since the OP does establish that UGC boundary, this ensures that the boundary for the CIP will be aligned with the boundary for the UGC. And in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act, the CIP, once it's adopted, must be forwarded to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing for final approval before it can come into effect, and then the city will be able to offer the grant program at that time. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Victoria. So, Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got several questions. What in the report, there's a listing of other communities and what they do. And for some reason, Hamilton's on the list twice with a 5-year and a 10-year. Is there a difference between the two?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. So Hamilton has multiple programs. One of their programs applies to, or both programs apply to different areas in the city.
They're both listed as downtown, if I remember correctly.
Okay, let me flip to that. One is specific to the Barton Kenilworth area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If this passes and somebody gets a grant and 3 years in, they appeal their taxes and they get a reduction, will the tax incentive grant program be reevaluated to reduce the amount of grant they get?
Through the mayor, I would defer that question to Pat Telfer in finance. I think he'd be prepared to answer that.
Hi there, it's Pat Telfer, and yes, we'd have to continually monitor the tax treatment of the property for any appeals, assessment appeals, or change in tax status, because that could impact the amount of taxes we're receiving. So that would have to be written into the agreement with the proponent that any change would affect the amount of the rebate to the appellant.
Okay. And given that we're doing this tax incentive grant, and any redevelopment in the downtown would already qualify for the infill development charge reduction, does it make sense to remove the exemption for the downtown development charges at this time as we bring in this new grant?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the development charge bylaw is currently being looked at through the DC background study. So, and they will specifically look at that exemption area. Changes can only be made to the DC bylaw through that background study, but it is ongoing right now.
Okay, and essentially the main difference between this and the Grayfield one is this one encourages standalone residential, is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. The other difference is that the Grayfield CIP, a site needs to be classified as a Grayfield, so it has to be a former or existing commercial use with some vacancy. There's criteria for it to be met there, whereas the downtown CIP would apply to all sites, regardless of former use or that sort of thing.
Okay, what's the reason for encouraging standalone residential in the downtown? I would think that we would want to encourage mixed use for the downtown.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, in most cases, I think the zoning in the downtown does support mixed uses or requires mixed uses. There are some areas where standalone residential would be appropriate, where there's zoning in place for that. So that does allow that flexibility.
Okay, so standalone residential is not allowed in some areas of the downtown.
That's correct.
Okay. I almost wonder if we should make this one program and not worry about the boundaries. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just trying to understand this, and I'll use an example. That there's a development that we're dealing sort of with this evening, a high-rise building on Market Street. Now, that would qualify for this, correct? Because it's in progress, so that would qualify to be part of this program?
That's correct.
Now, if that, and I'm not sure, but if that building is turned into condos, or if it's purpose-built for condos, and now there's this holiday on the property tax, who benefits from that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the grant would apply to the developer. So at the time that they apply, whoever is the owner, the grant stays with that owner. There's no transferring of grants, so it continues to benefit the owner, or sorry, the developer.
So the minute the building's finished and somebody moves into their new unit, they're paying 100% tax.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councillor Van Tilburg.
Well, I'm very happy to see we're getting our boundaries aligned and the programs can actually support the areas that were designated. My question is, when you have the different formats for the length of time, whether it's 5-year or 10-year or what, how did you come about that? What kind of feedback did you receive from people that are within the community that are affected by this? Like, what makes the change? What is it? This is finance stuff that I do not understand. That's why I'm asking the question. What is the, how does a person choose whether it's 5-year, 10-year? What's the benefits, and like, why do we need these different ranges, I guess is what I'm asking.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So we looked at 5, 7, and 10-year options based on previous direction from council. Through a review of other municipalities that provide these programs, the 10-year option is the most common. But there really is no magic number. A 5-year, 7-year, or 10-year option certainly provides financial incentives to the development community to redevelop their properties. The length of the program would typically result in a larger financial incentive, but it also has greater financial impacts to the city. So there is no magic number. It's just looking at keeping Brantford competitive with other municipalities.
And so how does somebody decide what's best for them, I guess is my next question.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so the 10-year option is what is recommended in the CIP. So that's that would be the only option available. So every applicant that applies, we just looked at the 3 options to present those for council's consideration. Yeah.
Now I understand. Thank you.
Councillor Curry.
Mayor, thank you very much. Through you to staff. Victoria, thanks for the presentation and for the report. Further to what was mentioned a bit earlier, we currently have 3 pretty big developments ongoing in the city center. One on the site of the old fire hall in the 5th Ward, one at number 1 West Street, and one on Market Street. Were any of those 3 developments fortunate enough to obtain grants from the City of Brantford?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the grant program is not currently active, so they haven't received any grants, but those properties would be eligible to apply for this grant program if it's approved by council.
So what we have in this circumstance with those 3 are developers who've seen the value to build in downtown Brantford without benefit of a grant program, that's accurate, right, Victoria?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct.
And if I'm not mistaken, these would be the biggest residential development projects in Brantford since the 2 on Clarence Street in the 70s, I believe. Is that although you probably weren't born yet, but I'm guessing that's probably the case. They're pretty big buildings, and I'm sure that these are probably the biggest we've seen since then. So given the this is maybe debate, Victoria, but given the ability of folks to recognize the value in building in downtown Brantford, and given the fact that all 3 of these developments would be subject to receiving grants that post-date the start of their processes, are we not just dishing out free money to projects that are underway?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so the CIP, like I mentioned, it has flexibility to allow council to consider those projects. It doesn't mean council doesn't have to provide those grants, but there are certainly a number of projects that are in very early stages, and the promise of this grant may be the incentive that the developer may need to get a project up and running. But yes, there are projects that are in various stages of construction. Some may be already complete, and that might be something that council may consider not to fund because the incentives may not be necessary to have that development achieved.
But so these incentives would not be available to a development on Fairview Drive, and they wouldn't be available to a development on King George Road, even though those are also significant investments by developers.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so those developments may be available to apply to the Greyfield CIP, which I'll speak to in the next presentation.
Sure, thank you.
Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you. So the intent of this grant program is indeed to promote intensification in the downtown core. Would that be correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, we wrote a number of things into this grant application. Would we have been able to add to the grant a condition of affordable housing units?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's something that we could investigate. We would have to work very closely with the housing department. There are, different things we need to consider to write it that way so that the housing units would remain affordable. So I don't have a clear answer for you right now, but it's something that we could investigate.
Thanks, Victoria. Great report. Do the boundaries seem to follow the same boundaries as the BIA? They look familiar.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the boundary follows the proposed urban growth center that is proposed through the official plan project. The BIA does follow, it does include many of the properties that are similar to that boundary.
And the intent here again is that we wouldn't have the revenue, and so rebating some of the taxes back over a 10-year period, we still end up with a full tax revenue over something that we might not otherwise have seen, even though we have some development happening. This is to encourage more development, and it doesn't really cost us anything up front because we're not funding it. We're funding it from the developer's own money and own taxes for building in a site where we're already taking care of those roads, we're already picking up garbage collection. There's no increased cost to the taxpayer here, just increased tax revenue to the city as a whole. This is the net result. That'd be fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Mayor, Chair. Victoria, I'm just wondering, at some point, I believe, if I have my numbers right or my maps right, the Market Street build, potentially half of it was included in the CIP boundary, the other half was not. Have we since made any adjustments to where that boundary lies so that it would include the entirety of that building, that proposed build on Market?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So there are some situations where properties may be consolidated. So where right now the boundary does follow property lines. However, properties that are consolidated, such as with the Market Chatham development, where now a portion of the property would lie outside of that boundary, it's still eligible for the grant program when the balance of the property is within the downtown Brantford Urban Growth Center. So the entire development, the entire property would be eligible for the grant program.
Oh, okay. So if there's a land bank that expands beyond the boundary will adjust accordingly.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Victoria. Thank you for the presentation.
Councillor Wall.
Thank you, Chair Davis. And Victoria, thanks so much for the presentation. I wanted to talk about, so this is a recommendation from staff to council that we should go through with this. So could you talk about and maybe elaborate a little bit on the trials and tribulations and the successes or failures of this program in other communities, just kind of at a high level? Because I mean, obviously we are basing this upon programs that have been done, and I don't think staff would be recommending it if it had failed in other communities. So I'd really like to hear some of the positive stories.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, these types of programs are very popular with other municipalities. So in the report, there is an appendix that details a number of municipalities that are using them. I think one of the greatest sort of benefits of this program, like was mentioned earlier by one of the councillors, is that it doesn't require council to allocate a budget. It is sort of a self-sustaining program because the grants are provided directly from the developer's taxes. So it's been a useful way to achieve revitalization in a number of areas in Ontario.
Is there any that stand out that you could mention?
I mean, yeah, it's very popular. I know from my own personal experience, I definitely have seen a lot of development in downtown Hamilton that's benefited from these types of programs.
Amazing. Is there going to be a copy of this report outside of just kind of hidden in the agenda? Not hidden, but is there going to be a copy of this report that's going to be distributed through our media partners or through our own resources?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So if this is approved, we will be working with the communications department to get the word out about the program. And we'll develop a project specific web page and use social media and that sort of thing. There was also an article in the Expositor today about both of these programs.
And if anybody watching or participating right now wanted to know more about this, who would they contact?
They can contact me and I would be happy to help them out.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Are we taking questions and comments at this time?
Questions only at this stage, please.
Great questions. Through you to Victoria. Great report. Thank you. This has been a long time coming. What was the reaction of downtown BIA and Bria with these expanded boundaries?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so we did circulate this to the downtown BIA and we received some comments and questions. There was interest from property owners in the downtown BIA in seeing this type of program and seeing improvements in the downtown. I didn't receive any specific comments about the boundary.
Okay, thank you very much.
I've got a couple of questions for you, Victoria. First of all, you mentioned that one of the reasons for doing this is to direct growth that's more dense into the downtown where you typically see that sort of thing. But wondering what the impact is in terms of dollars. I always like to figure out dollars. And I'm wondering, can you tell us what the impact is on tax revenue when you have a building downtown. So I understand, I think I asked previously, a building like One Wellington, what are the taxes kind of before there was the development, and what will the taxes be eventually on a property like that, comparable to that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I have some estimates actually for you about One Wellington.
I thought you might.
Yeah. So prior to the redevelopment, the property taxes were just under $16,000. It's estimated that once that development is complete, the property taxes would be $430,000. So an increase in $415,000. So that would be, the grant would be based on a percentage of that $415,000 because that's the increase.
Would the impact on city services be anywhere equivalent to that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't answer that question.
Yeah, okay. It's kind of a hypothetical anyway. So, but I'd like to ask a couple of questions about this condo thing. So my understanding of condos is a builder builds a condo, and then within a year or two, once it's sold, the owners of the condo built units become the owners and the condominium corporation. So the builder, after a very short period of time, is no longer the owner. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So in that scenario, there'd only be a rebate given for a condo building for however long the builder is the owner, which is usually a fairly short period of time.
Sorry, could you repeat that question?
Okay, so let's do it this way. So once the condo builder has built it, sold it, turned it over ownership to the unit owners, is there still a rebate in that scenario?
Yes. So, so if a developer builds a building and it's condo and he moves on, the grant will still apply to him. So it still lasts for 10 years. It's just that.
In that scenario, it only applies if he's paying taxes on the building. If he doesn't own it anymore, he's not paying any taxes.
No, it will still stay with the owner. The taxes will come from the individual condo owners, and they will be rebated to the developer.
Okay, have you thought about that, whether you really want that, whether we might want that?
Through you, we did get some comments from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. So we had originally proposed that the grant could be transferred to the condo owners, but really that creates a lot of administrative difficulties. So in discussion with the finance department, this is the more straightforward option, that the grant will always stay with the developer.
All right, well, can we also have a proposal that says once you're no longer the owner, there's no rebate?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that could certainly be an option.
All right, if you wanted that, how would we do that? Amend this, or? We
would have to amend this. Now, what I would say is that might not be a very big incentive, because the grant program only begins once the development is increased. Sorry, once the development has been completed and the property has been reassessed. So at that time, the developer would no longer own the property. So it would, if a change like that would certainly be an incentive more for rental buildings and less so for condo buildings.
And do you have any idea what it is we need downtown? Do we need more condos, or do we need more rental buildings?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that the way that the program is structured right now, it allows for a variety of different types and tenures of units. And it's the opinion of staff that that flexibility is appropriate in the downtown area.
Okay. So Councillor Martin, then Councillor McCrory.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to staff. You quoted the taxes for 1 West Street. And are those taxes for the vacant land or for what was there before properties were demolished?
It's Pat Topper again, through the mayor. That is for the vacant. It's classed as vacant commercial property right now, and it's been the entire block has been consolidated for some time now. So the pre-development taxes going back further than that, it's too far back to make a relevant comparison. So as of the last couple of years, it's just been considered vacant commercial land, and that is those are the taxes, the municipal share of taxes The value on that was about $1.1 million, and that generated the $16,000 in municipal taxes.
Okay, so we've already lost tax revenue because buildings were removed from those properties.
I'm not sure that we lost that much. I don't think they were valued very high even before that. The one big parcel was the Salvation Army building. It was exempt from property taxes at the time. And then there were just a couple of houses and one large vacant parking lot anyways on the Bridge Street side. So I don't think there was a large reduction in taxes even when everything was demolished.
Okay. And I thought I read in the report that the grant is not transferable to a new owner. Is that correct?
That's correct. And Victoria was just mentioning that in this case where it's condos, the rebate, the grant would remain with the developer, and the properties would all be transferred obviously to the owners of the condos, and they would be paying the taxes.
Okay, so the developer is going to continue to get the grant even though he's not paying anything in taxes. Okay, so if somebody builds an apartment building and then 3 years later sells it, do they continue to get the rebate?
That's my understanding. Is yes, the grant is not transferable to the new owner. It's especially with the condos, it's too hard to administer payment of taxes. An example is the BIF dip on Jarvis Street. So there's 33 individual properties now. Each one's paying taxes, and we would have to monitor every single property. The taxes are secure through tax sale legislation. So we're going to collect our taxes on those properties. That's not if that's the fear with this scenario. So the taxes will go up, and the taxes will be levied on the properties.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor McCrory.
Mayor, thank you. Pat, I'd like to stay with the 1 West Street example, if we may. Could you reiterate what the net increase in property taxes would be on that property following construction?
So this is the one Wellington property, still with the.
Sorry, yeah, the one behind the Bell Memorial.
Sure, yeah. So my calculation, and again, they're high-level calculations. It's a mix of the residential condos and the commercial taxes are coming in around $430,000, and that's basically today's tax rates.
So that's the net increase.
No, those are the new taxes. Sorry, the $430,000, and that's again, it's just an estimate.
Yeah. So the net, Pat, what would the net increase be?
For about $415,000.
Now, if I draw your attention to Appendix D, you're looking at the example, and I think you may have prepared this. What it shows is that for the sample property, which is shown here, the increase in property taxes is $30,000. You following along there, Pat?
I am, yes.
And then if you jump to the bottom of the page, the total grant value is $180,000.
Yes, correct.
So if I extrapolate that, the value to the builder is 6 times what our annual net would be. Is that accurate?
That's exactly accurate. It's with the 10-year program.
So if you take 400,000, then is what we expect to recognize from the net increase to the property that we're actually talking about. You multiply that by 6, you've got $2.4 million in grant. Would that be accurate as well, Pat?
Yes, that's correct. It's almost 2.5 million.
So we want to rebate $2.4 million to a project that the developer has undertaken without the promise of a grant. And that's money that simply wouldn't be coming into the City of Brantford's pocket. Is that correct too?
Well, it will be coming into the City of Brantford's pocket. We will be paying it back out again as part of the grant.
Yeah, so we'd be parting with $2.4 million for a property that was being built anyway. And without the grant, that money would all come into the City of Brantford and we wouldn't be paying anything out.
Yes, it would, the total taxes coming in over that period would be $4 million and 2.5 would be paid back.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much.
Councilor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm confused now on the builder and the relationship to the condo purchaser. So if I understood what you said to the mayor, if a company builds the building, then they're the owner, and in turn they sell those individual units, and a condo corporation is formed. And now you have, if it's a 40-unit building, now you have 40 taxpayers in there. They receive no discount in their taxes annually, but the person or the company that built the property gets that for the 10-year period. Is that correct?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. So the grant program is rebating up to a maximum of the cost of whatever the redevelopment was. So the grant is provided to the developer for up to 10 years or once the redevelopment costs have been repaid. And that grant is funded through the taxes.
So if then, having said that, a company can come into the city, build the building, in 6 months from completion, have sold the building out. They go back to Vancouver, and we're going to send them a check every year for 10 years?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is correct. It's intended to incentivize the development. It's not intended to be a tax rebate for property owners. It's a development incentive.
Okay, I would have assumed that it would have gotten passed down to the condo owner. I understand that's cumbersome, but to me, that's the appropriate way to do it. They're the one that are there paying the taxes. But anyway, okay, I appreciate the explanation. Thank you.
Alrighty, so I don't see any other questions then for the applicant, which is the city. So understand that, normally the floor will be open to members of the public to comment on this, pro or con. And during the virtual format phase of the pandemic, of course, members of the public register and then they can appear virtually. And we've had no registered members of the public who expressed a desire to participate in this particular public hearing. So I'll ask then to complete the hearing portion of this particular matter. Staff, do you have any additional comments you want to make by way of clarification? I'm assuming not if you're not popping up. Okay, I guess that means no. So we'll now get this on the floor for discussion. I understand, Councillor Wall, that you're going to be the mover of this item 5.1. Would you please state your seconder if you have one?
It's moved by myself and seconded by my ward mate, Councillor Van Tilburg. Okay.
You want to read it now, please?
Absolutely, I do. Yes. Downtown Community Improvement Plan, financial impact none, 2021-60. A, that report 2021-60 regarding the proposed new development community improvement plan be received, and B, that the new downtown Brantford Urban Growth Center, as shown in Figure 1 of Report 2021-60, be designated as a community improvement project area after the new City of Brantford official plan envisioning our city 2051 is adopted by Council. And C, that the necessary implementing bylaw to designate a community improvement project area be presented to Council for adoption, and the new City of Brantford official plan envisioning our city 2051 is adopted by Council. And D, that the downtown community improvement plan attached as Appendix A to Report 2021-60, which includes a 10-year tax rebate period for the property tax increment-based grant, be adopted after the new City of Brantford official plan envisioning our city 2051 is adopted by Council. And E, that the necessary implementing bylaw to adopt the new downtown community improvement plan be presented to Council for adoption after the new City of Brantford official plan envisioning our city 2051 is adopted by Council. And F, that planning staff be directed to submit to Council adopted downtown community improvement plan to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing for final approval. And G, that the downtown CIP implementation plan as attached Appendix B to Report 2021-60 to guide the administration of the downtown community improvement plan be received. And H, that pursuant to Section 1723 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990 CP 13, the following statement shall be included in the notice of decision. regard has been had for all written and oral submissions received from the public before the decision was made in relation to this planning matter. And if I may speak to this, Chair Davis.
Certainly go ahead, Councillor Will.
Thank you. That's what I want to say. I want to say thank you to staff, to everyone who participated in this discussion. This is fantastic. I remember when I was first elected and conversations were being had about this potentially coming. And I know that while this is what is likely to be passed here tonight and hopefully ratified by council, that this is more of a, this is what it looks like now, but it may not necessarily look like this later. And I'm just excited to see what the community is going to do with it, what's going to happen, how it's going to change, how it's going to evolve, and how it's all going to end with Brantford just being a better place to live, love, work. I'm very excited about this, and thank you for entertaining it here this evening.
Next, Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This has been a long time in the making. Since I was on the BIA, I believe there was a strong desire to expand the boundaries. So I'm very pleased that staff and the Ward 5 councillors have taken this through to almost fruition. And I think this will attract a lot more investment in that area. Thank you.
Councillor Utley, Councillor Tustin.
Thank you, Mayor. I may be missing some of the points some of the other councillors are bringing up. My understanding is the purpose of this is to give incentive to the developer. So therefore, it's the developer who puts his money on the line, decides he's going to come up. So to me, it makes complete sense that the rebate, yes, we're calling it a rebate, the rebate would follow the developer because they were the ones who put the money on the line to begin with. So you know, happy to hear if I'm misunderstanding that from anybody. I think this is a good plan. I do sit on a fence with this in terms of, are we getting to the point where, you know, we don't need these incentives anymore? Brantford's a very desirable place. We've got places like has been mentioned earlier tonight. There are people coming forward and building big developments without this, but I also do think that this could speed things up and make sure that we have the intensification where it needs to go. So I think it's a good plan. I'm interested to hear what some of the other councillors say, especially if I am misunderstanding how that incentive is designed to work. Thank you.
Next, Councillor Martin.
Thank you. I'd like to move an amendment seconded by Councillor McCurry that we change the 10-year to 5-year for the plan. And just speaking to it briefly, somebody asked, you know, what was the input from the building community, and you know, they liked it. And if you look at it when Wellington, why wouldn't they say they like it? We're going to give them 2.4 million to add to their bottom line. That's straight profit for the developer for a project that was already planned, already underway, and all we're doing is increasing his profits. The other problem is that once property owners know this kind of thing is in place, they're going to want more for their property. So it's going to artificially inflate properties in the downtown, which becomes an impediment to development. So the whole thing becomes almost self-defeating. So initially, I just want to try for a reduction from 10 years to 5 years to reduce the impact on the city.
Would you mind holding your amendment in fairness to the others so they all have one speaking chance, and I come back to you for your amendment? Would you be okay?
Sure, no problem.
Okay. All right. So I make a note. I'll get back to you for sure. Sorry, Councillor Van Tilburg.
Thank you, staff, for doing this work and unifying some of the boundaries. I also want to thank Councillor Newman when he first saw the cracks in the community, and it came up because of a development that has been stalled because it was theoretically in the urban growth area, but also had none of the incentives that it appeared at the time that they believed they were getting. So that put things on hold. I do recall, when I was elected in 2014, I didn't understand these incentives and was probably not a fan of them. And it wasn't until I saw the project in 2016 at One Wellington, and it became clear to me when they told me quite bluntly that without those incentives, they wouldn't be there. There would be nothing built. And when I look at the properties at Market Street that are going up, the one that is going to be moving forward, that is with Mark Gladys as a consultant, who was a former city staffer, who is very well versed in the incentive programs in the downtown, and most likely help bring some of that build into the downtown, and managed to discuss with staff on the property that was half in and half out. So this kind of unifies things. And what we're discussing here is an incentivization program. In other words, while not to be lost on, it's not meant to be an incentive program for people that purchase a home or a unit or a condo. It's so that they can have a home or a unit or a condo to purchase. That's the difference. And if this is going to help, which I fully believe it is, because I know how slow this has been, and I know what the hangups are, and I know why Councillor Newman at the time brought forward this resolution. It was so that we could get some of these things off the ground. And so what you're seeing is a whole bunch of people waiting and chomping at the bit, and been very vocal about this program. And particularly, one of the things was, they were doing all these baby steps and holding off. Do we go? Are we in? Are we in or are we out? And always on the thing that there's this carrot coming, and so they don't want to be lost behind, because they said, oh geez, we just started, we put a little shovel in the ground. They've been waiting all this time for some sort of incentive program in order to make this build go fast and efficient. And quite frankly, these builds will come, and I think they will come in greater capacity than what we might get without them once the shovels get moving. So that's what I have to say. And again, it was Councillor Newman's foresight in seeing that we needed to get some unity within that urban growth center, and that the area south of ICOM Drive was also completely left without anything, which was kind of like another black eye for Eagle Place. That's kind of like the old Eagle Place downtown that was never ever included in the downtown concept. And we know right now, when you see some of the things around it, that it absolutely is. So that would help strengthen the Eagle Place community and the downtown, because it borders on both. So I think that's a great thing. Watching the Market Street, I think what we'll get from this is that we look at the buildings that are chosen, and I think we'll start seeing that growth come right up and down Market Street and through the downtown. I think we will be successful in that intensification. The semantics of I think I'll wait for the debate to hear more about the difference between the 5 and 10 year. That was kind of why I was getting to that same question myself, but it's a little bit out of my my understanding on how it works. So I'll have to ask a few more questions when that amendment comes forward.
Councilor McCrory.
Mayor, thank you very much. I will be seconding and supporting Councillor Martin's amendment, and I'd appreciate if you come back to me for another amendment, Mayor. As it stands before us, I can't support this. What we heard today is that we have 3 projects underway in the downtown core currently, which are the products of interest in our community as it stands now, that are undertaken without the promise or benefit of any sort of incentive programs. 3 significant projects, the like of which we haven't seen since about 1970 downtown Brantford. I'm not happy that the incentive program includes projects that are already underway. Were that not the case, I think I might be tempted to support this. But when I look at the fact that, Mayor, we have charged our residents a surcharge for our infrastructure deficit, and then I look at us possibly giving away $5 million in tax revenue on the 3 projects underway here, I have a hard time reconciling our needs with our desire to forego this money. I think I heard that there's been some lobbying on this. I hope I misheard, and I hope this is not in relation to specific asks which have been made by developers that are forthcoming. I know of only one other significant project that's on the books for downtown, and it does not lie within the boundary that we're discussing here today. So I will wait for the discussion to conclude. Mayor, I do have an amendment, and perhaps if the amendments carry, I can support this, because I can see that there may be some merit in some parts of the downtown area where this might be applicable, but certainly not the way it's presented to us tonight, although staff have done a good job and it's a good body of work.
Councillor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It certainly is an interesting discussion tonight. I think of it in terms not only of investment, but in terms of partnerships. When you do visit the Lower Bowl and you're close to that Freshco Plaza there, and you see rusty fences that have been there forever, crumbling foundations, it seems like they've been there longer. You go up to Market Street, and outside of the facades, you do see some pretty shoddy buildings there that will come down. We've already approved that. It will be good to see us working with development partnerships in this fashion, so that we can receive a tenfold increase on taxes generated from these lands that are simply just waiting. They're waiting for investment. This investment program is something that has been long overdue in the core. It's something that we were fortunate enough now to have the opportunity to signal to the development community. Yeah, we're with you. You know, we understand what more revenue can be generated from these areas. Why wouldn't we invest in a process that in 20 years time, puts us up to $10 million on a single property, let alone all of the properties that we're looking at. This incentive program is the long game. Council management, multi-term council management is a long-term game. Residential, commercial, industrial construction is a long-term game. It is not a short-term game. So when you look at the investment or the potential investment that this signifies, and you look at the payback, yeah, you can establish, guaranteed you can establish some sticker shock about what the investment will cost you. Absolutely. But we also should probably focus on what we net over the next 10 to 20 to 30 years. If you're looking for comparators, if we haven't seen builds like this since 1970, well, how much taxes have we generated since 1970 on some of these buildings? I argue the point that for as long as an unused section of land is held vacant for whatever reason, it may be used to generate revenue. And I like that idea. I tried it once already at council, and I'm certainly going to try it again. And this program speaks to the same issue. So I look forward to the debate. I look forward to the 10-year, 5-year debate as well, to see whether it's something that can be supported. And whether or not the development community will buy into a 5-year over and against a 10-year. But I look forward to the debate, and I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Councilor Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm also going to be supporting this. I was very happy to hear Victoria mention that this is the exact program that the City of Hamilton has used. And just to be specific, the area she's talking about is King William, just a block away from the downtown Main Street. My office for my day job is a couple blocks from there, and that is probably one of the best places to go for lunch, because there is like 5, 6, or 7 great, fantastic restaurants. Not the type of restaurants that are, a chain. They're one-off restaurants that do quite well. And that is the type of environment we want in our downtown area. So I think this is very important for us to move forward with. It has been a long time in coming. We did hear that Councillor Newman's been involved in this. for quite some time. So I'm happy to see this come forward finally, and I'm hoping that it does get passed by us tonight. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I guess I get a chance to speak to it now. Let me hit the timer. So this is actually something I began to push after I was elected, and it happened when I was in downtown Hamilton, and the very area that Councillor Weaver's talking about, which is between Main and King, and it's everything kind of east. I don't know the directions in Hamilton, but it's everything between Hess Street and the downtown. That is the SIP area. And it's unbelievable the development that's occurred there to the benefit of the city of Hamilton. Prior to that, a fairly depressed area. And I was inquiring of the city, like, how did you get people? Because a lot of those buildings are people living, not towers, office towers. There's people living in residential buildings, condo buildings. And what I found out was this program had a major impact on that part of Hamilton, and now down in Barton, another area very depressed that's now beginning to grow because of this. So I thought, well, when I look at our downtown, what we clearly need are people living downtown. We've got institutional uses, we have office uses, we got a great post-secondary downtown, students living downtown, but we don't have enough people living downtown, because people living downtown, they create a market for other restaurants, new stores, all the entertainment we have downtown. There'll be ready users for that. And we have a lot of pieces of the downtown, the library, the Y, the casino, Harmony Square. We have the Sanderson Center. So we have all these pieces. We don't have people living downtown. So when I asked Hamilton, they said that's how they got it. That's how they got many more people living downtown, which creates the restaurants that Councilor Weaver's talking about. So we think back, we decided in August of 2019 to do this. That's when we passed a resolution that began this process. And since then, we have had builders show an interest in the Market Street North area, the downtown, some of which were referred to by Councilor McCreary. And so I have no doubt, when I think about this proposal, how many times we make decisions that the impact will long outlast you. This is one of them. There's no doubt in my mind, having seen what's happened in other communities, that this will be the impact. We'll have that kind of dense development where it should be in the downtown, where we have the infrastructure and where we need people living downtown. This will be a major catalyst to that. And I say I understand my good friends, Councillor McCreary and Councillor Martin, their concerns. And I'd say this, I mean, I use One Wellington as an example of what happens when you have a big building. They focus on the grant to the developer, but I'd say, hey, the first year, even if it's 20%, we're getting $80,000, $90,000 in taxes where previously was $16,000. Like, that's found money. It's not giving up money, that's found money. That wouldn't be there. But I'd say this in One Wellington, I would not, for past developments, this does not automatically apply. We would have to prove that. And frankly, I would not be that interested, because that's a development that was done well before this discussion even began in August 2019. But certainly, I think you'll hear from those who have brought forward developments or considering early stage since August 2019, since we began talking about this. This is a major factor in that. And, you know, you can't just think because they've spent some time developing a development application that they don't walk. They got lots of other communities that have the same kind of programs, that are growing communities. You know, just because they're interested now doesn't mean they're going to be interested 6 months from now. So we got to be concerned about that. So I think this will be a program that will develop over time. We'll change it over time as we see what it does. But I have no doubt in my mind, this will have a major impact on our downtown and improving it, getting people to live downtown, which will make for a better downtown. So that's my 4 minutes. Anybody else for the first time? Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For some time, we've been saying that we need to have people living downtown. You know, if you're concerned about lost money, then look at development charges. That's where One Wellington did pretty good. It's on development charges. This isn't about development charges. This is about tax rebate for the cost of development, not development charges that we're going to see. So we're still going to see development charges, but we're also talking about the net result. You could spin this a couple of ways. You could say, well, there's already a couple of developments that are coming. So why do we need to do it? We need to do it because we need more than a couple of developments coming. We need a lot of developments in the downtown core. In fact, we should be building up and not out. We've been saying that for how long? The road network that we manage there, the infrastructure is already there. We're already plowing those streets. We're already taking care of that. The infrastructure, the street lights are there. All the infrastructure is there. So there is no new infrastructure cost to us. The cost might be increased policing, library services. I mean, the library might get real busy with a lot of people downtown. Some of the shops downtown might get real busy because there's more people living downtown, and there might be more economic spin-off and jobs because of more people living downtown because we've incentivized the Groban Ursa. It's called the Groban, the growth center, urban growth center, for a reason, because we want the growth to be there and we want it to go up, not out. This does incentivize that. So, and as the mayor said, we're not losing revenue. We're giving rebates back at some of the revenue that we're getting, and each year we're getting more and more revenue from it. And after 10 years, we're getting all the revenue from it. And it's only the revenue from the taxes from the first year. So increased tax assessment, that doesn't count. That doesn't come off of that. If you notice in the asterisk, it said only the first year tax revenue. So as the increased taxes go up and the increased value goes up, that creates more tax revenue for us as well. So whether they're condos or whether they're rentals, whatever they are, the price of housing in Brantford has gone up to such a degree. The condo market is going to be where it's going to be at for those that's starting out, and young families and young people. And we need young people downtown. We need people that want to make downtown an active place. And this will do all of that. So I'm going to support this because it's the right thing to do for the city of Brantford long term. We've heard these arguments before. I remember the argument about the BSAR, or Wayne Gretzky Parkway. We don't need to expand that. Nothing wrong with 2 lanes. Could you imagine Wayne Gretzky Parkway at 2 lanes? I've heard some of the same councillors who argued that Wayne Gretzky Parkway didn't need to be expanded. There's nothing wrong with 2 lanes. And now look at it, needs 6 lanes. So you have to think future. What's the growth of Brantford going to look like? How are we going to manage it? And this is the right way to do this. This is the right program. Staff have taken an example from Hamilton, downtown core, that's worked. And they said it can work here. And they're right about that. It can work here. And the idea that we've had a couple of interest developers in the downtown core isn't mean that there's going to be a big rush of development in the downtown core. We want a big rush in the development core. We want 5 or 6 of those, maybe 10 of those developments in the downtown core to make it all work. So I will support this. I certainly won't support an amendment to change it to 5 years or any other kind of amendment. The 10-year program is on the floor, and that's what's in the resolution by staff. So I think the amendment to change 10 to 5 is a different program, and I don't think it would be in order. Thank you.
Well, let's get that on the floor. So I think everybody now has had a chance to speak, Councillor Martin. So your amendment, please, if you want to put it on the floor.
Yes, I move, seconded by Councillor McCurry, that in section D, we strike and remove the 10 and substitute 5 to make it a 5-year program. And speaking to this, when we were initially asking questions, Councillor Van Tilburg asked, well, who decides whether it's 5, 7, or 10? Well, that's a political decision. That's our decision. And that's what this amendment is about, is to put that on the floor so that we can decide whether it's going to be a 5, a 7, or a 10. What's being suggested now is that we go to a 5-year program. It's been suggested that we need to look long-term. I've been trying to do that for years. I've been suggesting we put metal roofs on buildings that we're going to continue to own for 50, 100 years, and I get fought at it at every turn. So yeah, municipalities should look long-term. Unfortunately, we're not. It needs to be changed. It's something that has to be done in every aspect of municipal government. The idea of giving builders an incentive, well, of course it's going to help because you're increasing their bottom line. You're adding to their profit. And I think we need to reduce the amount of the incentive. You just have to look at the solar incentives that the Liberals brought in at 80 cents a kilowatt for rooftop solar. There are places in the States offering the same kind of a program at 32 cents, and they had huge take-up. Obviously, 80 cents was far too generous. I think the 10-year that's being proposed is too generous. And that's why I'm suggesting the 5-year. And I hope the council can support that. And I agree, staff did an excellent job on this. A tax increment grant is the best way to do any kind of program like this, and it should be used for anything in the future instead of us putting out money that is collected from taxpayers. Thank you.
To the amendment, we've got Councillor Vanderstel, then Walden Utley. So Councillor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. Through you to Victoria, could you help me better understand the difference between the 5 and the 10-year proposal in terms of monies, incentive monies that the development community has access to? How do the two compare side by side? And have you heard from the development community on, well, kind of a stupid question, but which one they prefer?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so I can use the example from the One Wellington property where we had that estimate in taxes. So the 10-year program would provide, over the course of the 10 years, it would provide the developer with about 2.48 million in rebate, total rebate, whereas the 5-year program would provide 1.15 million approximately. In regards to whether or not we heard specific feedback about the length of the rebate, no, I did not hear any specific feedback about that. But as you can see, there's certainly a greater financial incentive the longer the program is. But the 5-year program certainly does still provide a financial incentive.
And the Hamilton model is a 10-year and it's working well?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I believe that Hamilton has, I would have to double check, but I think that they have 2 programs, and I think one is 9 years and one is 5 years.
And the one that's 5 years in Hamilton, similar circumstances to what we're seeing in our core?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, I think that they are similar circumstances. I know Hamilton is a different community, though. It's certainly a development is already sort of off the ground and running. There's been lots of changes in the downtown that Brantford hasn't quite experienced yet, but it is applicable to the downtown in Hamilton, that 5-year program.
Okay, thank you, Victoria. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, Councillor Wall, Utley, then Councillor Antosky. So Councillor Wall, you're next.
Thank you, Chair Davis. So I don't disagree with Councillor Martin, but I don't agree with him either. And it's put me in a really difficult spot because I like the way that he thinks about these things, and it constantly happens at these meetings. I don't think I can support the amendment because I believe in the original motion, and that's where I'm going to stand. But I want more information. So I'm wondering if before this comes to council at the end of the month, staff could just provide some information about the word of the year seems to be compromise. So is 7 years feasible? You know, I know we're looking at 10 years now because that's kind of the plan. I would just like to know maybe some more information, send out in a memo to council between 5, 7, and 10 before this comes to council at the end of the month. And that's my request and my comments. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if I can just clarify, so the report did include 5, 7, and 10-year options. So those are all before council tonight.
Thank you.
Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to stay with the 10-year program. It's more money, but I think in the long term, it will pay off in accelerating development in the downtown area. And it's an area that, you know, it's in desperate need of growth in terms of residential units. Businesses are still struggling, and I think we need to do everything we can to assist with growing our downtown area. It'll be better for our educators, better for existing businesses, and in the long term, better for our tax revenues. Thank you.
Councillor Antosky.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Victoria. Victoria, did I read or did I hear you say, I'm just looking for clarification, that it's whatever comes first, right? Once they get to their total investment, or the however many years?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. So it's up to 10 years. The program could end at 7 years if the entire cost of the redevelopment were repaid to the owner. So it's whichever would come first.
So then the only disadvantage possibly to the 5-year would be that maybe a developer does not have enough time to get their full investment back.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. You know what? Why not have a win-win situation? If you know developers are going to win, I'm okay with that because Brantford's going to win. So I'm going to stick with the 10-year on this. This is a good incentive plan, and whether it's 5 years or 10 years, they don't make more than they invested. So.
Councillor McCreary.
Mayor, thank you. And I want to thank you for mentioning Councillor Martin and I in your discussion. It's always, could always use the publicity that comes from having the mayor mention your name in public. I of course, was happy to second it. I'm going to support it. And I just wonder, you know, we often go to the community and we ask them things on our social media platforms, and God bless the communications department. That's one thing that they do fairly well, is to engage the community. I just wonder what the community would think if we asked them the question, would you rather we rebate $1 million to a developer or $2 million? And I think the answer to that's probably going to be, I think we could predict what that is. And you know, I don't know. It seems that with municipal government, the bigger the number, the happier we are to spend it or not take it in. And gosh, you know, if I was a developer, I'd be quite happy to put $1 million in my pocket for the development that's already underway downtown. And, you know, if I were to ask the taxpayer if they're looking forward to their 2% tax increase, I'm sure that the answer to that would be no. And the $2 million that we're going to give away over the lifetime of that building, I think would, you know, it would alleviate some of what we go to the taxpayer for. And I know I've heard people on this council say in previous years that, you know, the money that we incentivize to companies and developers is money that the taxpayers have to contribute. And the same has been said about development fees. And I can think of a number of councillors that have said if we don't properly charge development fees, that comes right out of the taxpayers' pocket. So as I said, I'm happy to support this, and I look forward to the commentary that we're going to be hearing back from constituents in the days to come about whether or not we incentivized a 5-year or a 10-year plan.
Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not really concerned about the 3 projects that we keep getting referred to that are in progress downtown, because as I read this, we have the option of including them in or not including them. That's right in the policy. We can, I think, extend that to them. We're not obliged to. So I think that's a decision we could make, and that's a decision for another day. So I don't really think that at least for me, that doesn't impact my decision this evening, because I think that's another decision that we'll make further down the road, assuming this becomes reality. I don't understand why the argument is that we're giving away money. We're creating more money. The argument is a house of cards. It doesn't make sense. I don't really know how to put it into words where it could make more sense, because it's perfectly clear to me just talking about it. But it's like, well, don't put your money in the banks. If you've got it all in the bank, then they've got your money and you don't, but you're making more. And I think it's the same type of thing here. It's not an expense, it's an investment. And there's a huge return on this investment. If you just use the numbers from the one building, if you did the pre-construction at $16,000 a year being spent on taxes by that property, and you insensitize them, and I think she said it was 2.4 million they would get over the lifetime over a 10-year period. In the first year alone, instead of getting the 16 million, you're getting 80 million, or pardon me, yes, $80 million as opposed to $16,000. Or $80,000, I'm sorry, as opposed to $16,000. So you've already, geez, I'm trying to make too much money here, but I think you get my point, Mr. Mayor. The moment you sign that contract, you're making money. And I think that's a good thing. We're not only making money, but we're making an area of the city that we're trying to promote, and we're trying to intensify in, and we're trying to make a better part of the community. That's collateral damage. We're going to get that But if we're just looking in terms of money, we're making money hand over fist. And the more that we of these that we can get going, it just starts to snowball. It's almost like a cumulative effect. So I don't really understand the argument that it's costing us money. It's making us money. And the more we can do it, the more money we'll make. So I don't accept the argument that it's costing us money. It's nothing the taxpayer's doing. We're cheating the taxpayer by not doing it, because then we're accepting $16,000 a year as opposed to collecting $80,000 a year. So to me, the argument's backwards. So I'll be supporting the 10-year, and I'll be supporting the program, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Van Tilburg.
I kept putting my hand up and down because things I were going to say kept getting said. But I want to get some clarification if I can, if Pat Telford be so kind to help me out here. Pat, this program, will this make us money or will this lose us money?
Sorry, through the chair, if the developments occur
as a program and a concept,
it will increase the tax revenues for the municipality. Yes.
Okay, so it increases tax revenue. And does this raise anybody's taxes as an individual citizen, like my house property tax? Does this program raise my property tax?
No.
So it doesn't raise my property taxes, and it does make us money, this program.
That's correct.
Thank you. Just that's basically what everybody was debating here, and those are it in a very concise.
If I can just say one thing about the difference in the three programs, just to quantify it a little bit better.
Please.
So over a 10-year period, the 10-year program results in 60% of those tax revenues going to the developer and 40% coming to the municipality. When you drop to the 5-year program, over a 10-year period, the municipalities increase, it goes, the developer gets 28% of the revenues and the municipality gets 72% of the revenues. And the 7 years obviously right in the middle. Don't know whether that helps in the difference in the, and that doesn't matter which, the value, the dollar value, that's the percentage for any of the programs.
Yeah, thanks, Pat. And I'd say this, that, you know, the answer you get always depends on the question you ask. So if you ask, hey, should we give $2 million to a developer? Everybody's going to say no. But if you say to somebody, hey, we got this property, we're making $16,000 a year in taxes on it, and it wouldn't otherwise likely be developed, and it's not, we don't have to put any money out, bring this program in place. In the first year, 16,000 goes to 80,000. Year 3, it goes to 160,000. Year 4, it goes to 240,000. I think you might get a different answer, because the increase in the revenues from that property probably holds for the homeowner, the average homeowner, it enables us to hold the line on taxes because we got a big revenue source from another property that wasn't there. But I'd say there's one thing we have to consider, and that is, you know, unfortunately, we don't have a lot of builders in our community that are, let's say, financed and ready to build these kinds of buildings. They come from other communities in Southern Ontario, many of them. And so you're sitting, you know, we love Brantford, and I think Brantford's the best place in the world to invest. But, you know, somebody sitting in Burlington or Hamilton or Toronto or Barrie or London or Kitchener-Waterloo that is into this industry, they're looking all across Ontario. And, you know, they could go, I'm thinking I kind of like St. Catharines, nice on the lake there, got the canal, almost as nice as Brantford, but their program is 10 years. And then I could think, I love Cornwall, beautiful, St. Lawrence, 10 years. Chatham-Kent, 10 years. Niagara Falls, I love the action of Niagara Falls, 10 years. Ottawa, 10 years. Oshawa, very similar to us, a very similar community. I talk to the mayor all the time there with many similarities. 9 years. Hamilton, 9 years. Peterborough, 9 years. I can only find 2 cities, Barrie and Chatham-Kent, 5 years. So we got to realize we're in a competitive situation here across Ontario. I mean, this kind of money, these kinds of builders, they move all around Ontario. And so we have to, when we structure these kinds of programs, we have to make sure we're making ourselves competitive. And frankly, I would prefer that we start at 10. I'm not going to support this, but remember this. this can be reviewed at any time. If it takes off and it does really well, within a couple of years we cut it back to 5, or maybe we disband it altogether because we don't need it anymore. I think that's what's tending to happen in Hamilton. They've had such success with these programs, they don't really need them anymore, and so they've cut back on some of their programs. So I won't support this, but maybe in a couple of years when it's been so darn successful, I might. Councillor Carpenter, and then Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I thought I heard the comment saying that the developer would be getting a rebate for the life of the building. That's not factual. In fact, unless the building is only going to last 10 years, I don't think that there's a high-rise building been built in the city that only lasted 10 years. I think that, we've seen those buildings last 30, 40, 50 years. We'll be collecting that tax revenue, and the increased tax revenue and the assessment goes up long after the 10-year period is gone. And so we are planning for the future, and we're building the future of the city of Brantford, and we're building the urban growth center to support the center of the city that has been deteriorated for so long. In fact, the city came back on grants. We did that in the grants to get the city going in the first place. And one of the criteria for the grants to receive a grant was to create a people place, bring people downtown. So that's what this will do. So, I don't know where the idea was that we're going to be giving a developer $2 million a year for the life of the building came from, or where that logic came from. But the building will last a lot longer than the grant, and we'll be receiving the tax revenue long after that. And keep in mind, and I also heard a comment earlier that, well, it may, and it may, the comment is correct, it may increase the value of surrounding land and properties in the downtown core. Well, if those property values increase the downtown core, they pay more taxes. And because they're assessed at a higher rate, they'll pay more taxes. That increases the revenue to the city as well. So, it's all about creating wealth and competing with other communities that are doing similar things. And we're following the success pattern that is already shown to be true in Hamilton and many other cities. It's just, this is so logical. I don't see how we couldn't support the 10-year program.
Councillor Martin for a second time on the amendment.
Yeah, just a question through to staff. With Hamilton's 2 programs, the 5-year and the 9-year, which one was first?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure of that answer.
Okay. That'd be good to know, because if the 9-year one was first, they probably realized we don't need to go 9 years. 5 years is lots. And they brought in the second one at 5 years. So it'd be nice to have that information before this comes to council. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no speakers, Madam Clerk, let's please take the vote on the amendment.
The motion to amend is lost on a vote of 3 to 8. Those in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillors Martin, Councillor McCreary. Those against, Councillor Vanderstelt, Sless, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, Carpenter, and Van Tilburg.
It was actually intended to be the negative. I got so excited I hit the wrong button.
Thank you, Mayor Davis. I'll note that.
All right, thanks. So, Councillor McCreary, you said you have an amendment you'd like to make.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. And thank you for explaining away that Freudian slip that you made. My amendment would be this, seconded by my ward mate, that projects currently approved be excluded from consideration for the grant.
Okay, discussion seconded by your ward mate. I see Councillor Martin, I think, shaking his head indicating that's correct. So to that amendment, Councillor Vanderstelt and Councillor McCreary.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure I can support that. We're at different stages in communication and development process with a number of people. We already have it built into our system in the way it stands tonight, as Councillor Sless referred to earlier, that we can decide on a case-by-case basis when developers or potential developers come forward and complete the application process to find out whether or not it's the will of council that they be included in this net. Being that it already exists, the mechanism to do so, to make that decision, will come to us at a future time. I can't support this because it seems a little redundant. Thank you.
Councilor McCurry.
Mayor, thank you. And I think I created some confusion in the minds of other councillors earlier when I was talking about money that that was coming directly out of taxpayers' pockets. And that's the reason for this amendment, because what you have before us are several projects which are currently approved by the City of Brantford, which are underway. And councillors will know full well which they are. And for these projects, I'm not sure that it's fair to the taxpayer to then allow the developer to discount their taxes for a period of what appears to be 10 years on the projects. And my estimation, and it's simply just a guess, is that by approving projects currently approved, that's going to result in a loss in the next couple of years of about 5 million. Sorry, it's going to result in an accrued loss to the taxpayer over a number of years of at least $5 million. And clearly, we've attracted these developers, which have been currently approved on the basis of not receiving grants. And I think I believe Councillor Vanderstilt said redundant. I think it would be redundant of us to retroactively award them an amount of money, which then could be helping to pay off some of our infrastructure deficit.
Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I could support part of this resolution. I think the one building that we're referring to is almost finished. So I can understand being reluctant to extend a program to something that's, for all intents and purposes, done. It's probably sold out. So I think that building is a standalone building, and I could support not extending this program to those folks. But I think the other two, if I'm thinking of the same two, there's no shovels in the ground, there's no nothing, that there's a process been started to do the things you need to do to build it, but nothing has been built, and nothing, I don't believe, is in the ground that would, assuming that these folks know this is coming forward, whether they're at that stage because they're waiting, I'm not sure, but it could certainly end up causing those two to be sold off because maybe it's not feasible. I don't know, but they're not in the ground and they're not going up in the air yet. So I would be concerned. I think they should be dealt with at a later time. But the one project that's almost finished, I could support that, not receiving the grant, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The idea that we can decide on these three buildings later, I think is a bit of a fallacy. It's easy to give away other people's money, and when the time comes, everybody will bend over backwards, pat themselves on the back and say, here you go, Mr. Developer. I think we need to pass this amendment now so that it's built into the program, that the ones that are already started don't qualify, because it's obvious they intended to build before this grant came along, and it's just giving them extra profit, and I don't think there's a need for that. So I'll be fully supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm wondering if deferral wouldn't be in order to continue this at council, and let's invite those three property owners. Let's hear them. Let's hear what they have to say about the program, rather than just arbitrarily making a decision here today without hearing from them. So I'll be happy to move that deferral if there's agreement with my council colleagues. Looking for some shaking of some heads, perhaps, to indicate that their support. So I do have a seconder. So I'd be happy to move a deferral, requesting staff to invite those folks, or at least to have them send some memo to the council.
Okay, so we have a motion to defer. Second, I think, Councillor Vanderstilt, just say you're a second ago. Okay. So there is only debate as to time and place. Any debate, time and place? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, would you please call so this would be, just Madam Clerk, this would be So this would defer the amendment. Or are we deferring the, sorry, Councilor, was yours the motion defer the entire?
I believe in order for it to be in order, it would have to defer the entire.
Yeah.
And so when we go back to council in a couple of weeks, we would start with this amendment on the floor, I believe.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, Madam Deputy Clerk, would you please take the vote on that?
Mayor, if I may jump in to raise a point of order. With an amendment on the floor, I'm not sure it's in order to move a deferral to the entire question. Perhaps you could rule on that.
Yeah, I was wondering that myself, a little unusual. Perhaps we're going to have the Deputy Clerk, you can help us on that.
Through the mayor, a deferral is in order at any time, even with a pending amendment on the floor, and the entire motion would be deferred with the pending amendment, similar to the official plan item that we had. So it would be the item with the pending amendment.
All right.
So that would end debate on this following approval of the motion to defer.
Correct.
That's right. I so rule, Councilor McCreary. All right.
Point of order, is this appropriate with the hearing?
Yeah, we did that with the official plan. We're deferring the hearing to the council meeting. It's very similar, I think. Yeah.
Sorry, if I may, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify in regards to this, you have closed the statutory public hearing associated with the downtown CIP. You do have the option to do a continuation similar to the OP as part of the motion for the deferral, or you may continue with the statutory public hearing having been closed, and those 3 invited members would be asked to register as delegations to the item itself at council, which is probably through the chair the cleanest way to do this, so as not to have to strike and replace if so necessary.
Yep. So I think it's in order. Unless there's any further challenges. Oh, Madam Deputy Clerk, would you please call the vote on this?
The deferral of the item to directly to City Council is approved on a recorded vote of 8-3. Those in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillors Vanderstelt, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, and Van Tilborg. Those against, Councillors Sluss, McCurry, and Carpenter.
Okay, let's move to the second public hearing, which is item 5.2, Greyfields Community Improvement Plan, a very similar proposal, but in reference to Greyfields. So we now ask the staff as the applicant, because the city is the applicant here, if you please come before the committee and present your item. We have Victoria. I think, Victoria, you're doing this one again?
Yes. Yeah. Okay, so now I will present the Greyfields Community Improvement Plan for Council's consideration and direction. Next slide, please. All right, so this project began in 2018 following direction from Council, and it's focused on addressing the obstacles to revitalizing Greyfield sites. So Greyfields are previously developed commercial sites that are vacant or underutilized and or in a state of neglect or disrepair. A draft Greyfield CIP with 3 grant programs was considered by Council in 2020. Next slide. And staff have now finalized the proposed Greyfield CIP in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act, and it includes the same 3 programs that were previously considered by Council. So that's the Property Tax Increment-Based Grant, or the TIG, which is intended to support new mixed-use redevelopments of Greyfield sites, and 2 other programs that are intended to support the retrofit and improvement of existing buildings and sites. So that's the Commercial Facade, Landscaping, and Connectivity Improvement Grant, and the Mixed Use Building Improvement Grant. And staff has also prepared an associated implementation plan that would detail how these grant programs would be administered if approved by Council. Next slide. So the proposed project area for the Greyfield CIP is the entire built-up area, which includes all lands within the city's built boundary as defined by the province for the purposes of the growth plan. And again, with the exclusion of the downtown urban growth center, as this is the project area for the proposed downtown CIP. It is proposed that the TIG program would apply to sites classified as Greyfields throughout the entire project area, and that would help the city meet its intensification targets for this area. Next slide. Now within the project area, we have also identified 5 target areas where there are clusters of Greyfields located. So it's proposed that the other 2 grant programs, the commercial facade program and the mixed use building improvement grant program, that those programs would be restricted to the target areas only. Now these programs require a direct budget to pay grants. So restricting them to the target areas is a way to focus municipal investment to those areas that are most in need of support. And now I'll get into those details of each of the 3 programs. Next slide. So the first one is the property tax increment-based grant, and it's intended to support the transformative redevelopment of sites that are classified as Greyfields into new mixed-use development. So again, with both commercial and residential units. And the redevelopment must result in an increase in the property's assessed value. As I mentioned, this program would apply to sites classified as Greyfields throughout the entire community improvement project area, that built-up area of the city. Next slide. So this program operates in the same way as the downtown TIG that's proposed. So it's a tax rebate for a defined portion of the increase in municipal property taxes that resulted from the redevelopment. The tax rebates provided annually for a defined number of years, up to a maximum of the total eligible redevelopment costs. And there's no loss to the city of the pre-development tax amount. And again, because this program operates as a tax rebate, there's no direct budget required to implement the program. Next slide. As with the downtown CIP, staff did consider 3 options for the length of the tax rebate period. So again, that 10, 7, and 5-year option. The 10-year option has been included in the proposed Greyfield CIP, and this option is recommended by staff because it is the most common option among comparable municipalities. So using the 10-year option would allow the city to remain competitive with surrounding communities that offer similar programs. And in addition, using the 10-year option would also ensure, if that's the option that is used in the downtown CIP, it would ensure those incentives are consistent. So there's an equal incentive to developing properties in the downtown, as well as to developing properties in other areas of the city. Next slide. The next incentive program is the Commercial Facade Landscaping and Connectivity Improvement Grant. This program aims to support the ongoing use of existing commercial and mixed-use buildings by facilitating improvements to the appearance and accessibility of those sites. So that could include something like the installation of accessible doors, the addition of an outdoor patio, bicycle parking, or a walkway. Now, as I mentioned, only properties within the target areas would be eligible. And again, this is to cluster improvements to maximize benefits to the areas that are in most need and ensuring that there's the greatest return on municipal investment. Next slide. It's proposed that the maximum grant for this program would be up to $15,000 or 50% of the total eligible costs, whichever is lesser. And again, this would require council to allocate funds to a reserve for the payment of grants. Next slide. And the third and final program is the Mixed Use Building Improvement Grant. This program is focused on improving existing buildings, intended to support the conversion of buildings into mixed use buildings, so where there be both commercial and residential units. So this might include converting residential units on the ground floor to commercial space, or converting commercial or vacant units in upper stories to residential units. It's also proposed that this grant program would just apply to properties within those target areas. Next slide. The proposed maximum grant is $10,000 or 50% of eligible cost per unit that's converted, up to a maximum for the entire property of $30,000 or 50% of eligible costs. And this program also would require council to allocate funds to a reserve to pay these grants. Next slide. As with the downtown CIP, staff has also prepared an implementation plan to outline how these programs would be administered if they're approved. It covers many of the same items in that downtown implementation plan. It outlines that planning staff would be responsible for administering the grant programs and that council would be the approval authority for applications. It also includes the same types of marketing and monitoring strategies. Now, the Greyfield CIP also includes a phasing strategy for implementing these 3 grant programs. So it's proposed that the property tax increment-based grant program be initiated as the first phase, and that since capital funding is not required for this program, and it also has the greatest potential to stimulate positive change with large-scale transformative projects. So this program would be the only program available initially, and then it would be able to begin upon receipt of final approval of the CIP. And then staff recommends that after that program has been in operation for a year, that then staff would present the other 2 programs to council for consideration. So a budget could be considered in 2022 in order to operate those programs. Next slide. The planning staff is of the opinion that supporting the revitalization of Greyfield sites through the proposed grant programs is an efficient way to accommodate new growth in the city's built-up area while achieving intensification goals, promoting economic development, and also helping to generate positive change within neighborhoods. Therefore, staff recommends that the Greyfield CIP be adopted and the built-up area, with the exception of the UGC, be designated as the Community Improvement Project area. Staff is recommending that the bylaws to adopt the CIP and the boundary be presented to council after the new official plan is adopted, since the new OP does establish the UGC boundary, which is excluded from the project area. So this will ensure that the area excluded is aligned with the UGC so that there is no overlap or gaps in these boundaries. In accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act, the CIP would need to be forwarded to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing for final approval before it comes into effect. And finally, as I mentioned, it's recommended that the TIG program be the only program offered initially, and that staff would report back to council in 2022 to present a Greyfields CIP budget for for council's consideration for the administration of the 2 capital funded grant programs. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you, Victoria. Councillor Vanderstelt.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to Victoria, the return on investment or the benefits of this program, are they similar, this Greyfield investment program, similar to what we just debated? Are we going to see a return on investment immediately in the first year over and against the taxes that were generated from those properties? And is that an increasing scale of return on investment every single year after that? Same thing?
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, that's correct. The TIG program is structured in the very same way that the TIG program is structured in the downtown CIP. So they're very same structure.
Okay. I'm not going to defer it now. I'll go for another 100 minutes on this topic. Thank you.
Councillor Martin. Cal Martin, you have to unmute yourself, please.
Sorry, I thought I did. Through the staff, because this only applies to Greyfield sites, would a former school be considered a Greyfield?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, former school would not be considered a Greyfield.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Victoria, I've got a question for you. So the grant part of this program will only apply to those 4 areas you showed us: Charing Cross, Colburn West, Colburn East, Erie Ave. But the tax rebate applies across the city. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So what if I own a property? There was talk I read this week of maybe a development on King George Road. Would that qualify?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it would qualify for the TIG program, not for the facade improvements, the capital funded grant programs.
Well, I don't think most of us would consider a property on King George Road to be Greyfield, but so it can go that far in terms of defining it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so it has to meet the criteria in the CIP, but in terms of the location, it would be eligible for the TIG program. So it has to be classified as a Greyfield site, which includes, there's criteria in the CIP, so it has to be a former existing commercial use. It has to have vacancy, exhibit some degree of neglect, or it has to be characterized by a significant amount of vacant space or parking areas that are not well utilized.
So can we confine the tax increment program to the 4 or 5 areas if we wanted to?
Yes.
Okay. Councilor McCreary.
Mayor, thank you very much. Thanks again, Victoria, for the presentation and the report. The mayor was speaking specifically about the Game Time restaurant store on King George Road, for which there's consideration of a project underway. I think most people in town wouldn't consider that a Greyfield. They'd consider that to be an empty restaurant. And I'm a bit concerned at the broadness of our application. And again, if with respect to this report, is it similar to the other in that council would be reviewing every individual application of the TIG?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I see that Charing Cross Street was included, but I don't believe there was any inclusion of the east side of St. Paul Ave, say from Terrace Hill Street to, let's say, St. George Street. Could you indicate why Charing Cross Street was included in this?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so this project started with an inventory of Greyfield sites and sites considered to be at risk of Greyfield sites. And then plotting those sites on the map, we identified areas where there were clusters. So along Charing Cross there were certainly a lot of sites that could benefit from those capital funded grant programs to improve facades, that sort of thing. So that was the area considered to be in need along Charing Cross.
Now, were the folks in these buildings on Charing Cross consulted about this? Because I've got to think that some of them are probably going to be pretty surprised that we think that they need a facelift.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, they were consulted. So we held multiple public information centers, and property owners and tenants within buildings located within those target areas were invited to attend those meetings.
And similar to the prior debate, are there projects which have municipal approval which would be eligible for the TIG grants?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so this CIP does allow the same flexibility, but it is council's discretion to approve those applications or not.
Right. Okay. Thank you very much. And perhaps some of the rest of this debate we can simply say ditto to, because it mirrors really what we've had in the prior hearing, and I suspect some of the same issues will arise. Thank you.
Councilor Martin.
Thank you. I'd like to move an amendment that in section I of the recommended.
Well, first of all, Councilor Martin, so we're still at the public hearing portion. So it hasn't been on the floor.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none. Staff, do you have any other points of clarification you'd like to make to complete the public hearing? I should also indicate we've had no members of the public asked to appear tonight, but Victoria, is there anything else you wanted to say?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no, there's nothing else to say. Thank you.
Okay, so let's get it on the floor then. I believe Councilor Redley, are you prepared to move this? If so, would you state your seconder and read it?
Need to find it, Mr. Mayor. And I would hope my, could we put that up on the screen, please? Thank you very much. Moved by myself and seconded by my councillor mate, Councillor Sless, I hope. Get rid of that. That report 2021-61 regarding the proposed Grayfield Community Improvement Plan be received. And B, that the area shown in Appendix E of Report 2021-61 be designated as a community improvement project area after the new City of Brantford official plan, and visiting our city 2051 is adopted by council. And C, that the necessary implementing bylaw to designate a community improvement project area be presented to council for adoption after the new City of Brantford official plan is adopted by council. And D, that the Grayfields Community Improvement Plan attached as Appendix A to Report 2021-61, which includes a 10-year tax rebate period for the property tax increment-based grant, be adopted after the new City of Brantford official plan, envisioning our city 2051 is adopted by council. And E, that the necessary implementing bylaw to adopt the Grayfields Community Improvement Plan be presented to council for adoption after the new City of Brantford official plan, envisioning our city 2051 is adopted by council. And F, that planning staff be directed to submit the council adopted Grayfields Community Improvement Plan to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing for final approval. And G, that the Grayfield CIP's implementation plan attached as Appendix B to Report 2021-61 to guide the administration of the Grayfields Community Improvement Plan be received. And H, that in accordance with the implementation plan, staff be directed to offer property tax increment-based grant beginning in 2021 after the CIP is adopted. And I, that in accordance with the implementation plan, staff be directed to report to council in 2022 to present a budget for the administration of the commercial facade, landscaping and connectivity improvement grant, and the mixed use building improvement grant for council's consideration. And J, that pursuant to section 1723 of the Planning Act, RSO 1990, see page 13, that the following statement shall be included in the notice of decision. Regard has been had for all written and oral submissions received from the public before the decision was made in relation to this planning matter. Whew, thank you.
That was a long one.
It was that.
So I don't see any speakers, but I think you said to us, Councillor Martin, you want an amendment on the floor?
Yes, I would. I move, seconded by Councillor McCurry, that section I be changed to read that staff be directed to discontinue the commercial facade landscaping and connectivity improvement grant and the mixed use building improvement grant. And the reason for this is if we're going to offer the TIG, which has a lot of advantages in that there's no municipal budget needed for it. It's funded by the taxes from the buildings. I don't think we need to have these other programs that require the city to put money into the program in the first place. So any issues that can be dealt with can qualify for the tax incentive grant. So we don't need these other programs. Also, because these other programs have very limited base to them, we're saying, okay, well, depending on whether you're in or out, you can be included or you can't be included. Kind of like the same argument we had with the people that wanted to be included in the official plan as to being able to build. Unfortunately, that was dictated to us by the province that we could only include a certain number of properties. This is something where we're making the decision and we're including some people and excluding others. And I don't agree with that. I think that these other grants should be discontinued, and I hope council can support that. Since we're going to go forward with the tax increment grant, I think the other ones should be discontinued. Thank you.
Great. To the amendment, Councillor Vanderstelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Victoria. Sorry, I got to ask you so many questions tonight. I apologize. But with regard to section I, were you referring to accessibility issues that some of the businesses could use this grant to make their buildings a little bit more accessible to people, and thereby kind of falling in line with the city's obligations for AODA?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, in a lot of these areas, there are older buildings that could certainly benefit from accessibility improvements. So it has been included as one of the eligible costs for that grant.
So historically, in other settings or other cities, have businesses been making use of that opportunity to do the very thing that we're talking about, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not entirely sure specifically about that. This grant, we see similar grants. Actually, have my consultant here, Steve Gammon from
I think Mr. Gammon, can you help?
Might be able to answer that question.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The answer is yes. And with regard to the target areas that we selected, there's a mix of older buildings and also older commercial plazas. And as we know, as understanding of how to provide better accessible environments to members of our community has grown, there have been changes in how we like our sites laid out and designed, and obviously access to building as well. And so where we have used similar programs, it's twofold. One is specifically accessibility for those who need barrier-free access. The other element, though, to tie in, and if I can use Charing Cross as an example, there are a lot of businesses on Charing Cross that are meant to serve the local community, but Charing Cross and the plazas, some of them there anyways, are designed more for vehicle-based transportation. And part of this program is to recognize that we want to encourage more locals to come in, but we also want to make sure that those sites are considered and have the opportunity to refresh themselves to be more accessible to those with mobility issues or other accessibility challenges, as well as just the general population, whether that be, an 8 to 88 idea of accommodating children being able to get on site safely and comfortably, as well as senior citizens who may need more time to travel through a parking lot or a plaza and prefer to be on a sidewalk or another accessibility connection, as opposed to having to just walk through the same path of travel as vehicles.
So simply put, these businesses have the opportunity not only to increase their customer base because they can accommodate more people after COVID, but they'll actually be very helpful for people who have alternate means of mobility, right?
That is correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, Councilor Curry.
Mayor, thank you very much. I'd like to follow on to the previous discussion. So if I understood correctly, what was mentioned was that some of the Charing Cross businesses are businesses where people arrive with their vehicles. And I'm thinking specifically of the tool rental store. And did I hear staff say that they think that people should be able to arrive by alternate means of transportation to pick up their bobcats and concrete mixers?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that one of the objectives of the grant programs are to facilitate enhanced walkability and that type of connection, but certainly not applicable to all businesses. But we also see opportunities for things like restaurants and retail stores that could benefit from those types of improvements.
So you have a number of purpose-built buildings that were built for commercial purposes, like the little strip plaza and the tool rental store, and perhaps the Tombstone store. You have a number also that were former residences, some of which are closer to King George. There's hair salons. You also have a real estate company that was pretty much purpose-built. Specifically, what are we looking at? I mean, those businesses some of those businesses are located there because they have parking, because they have quick access to Charing Cross Street. Are you talking now about improvements to, say, the businesses that were based in former single-family residences?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would include improvements to the appearance of those properties. So like facade improvements, as well as the accessibility and the connectivity improvements that were mentioned.
But those are tax-based. That'll be coming from the tax base, and that'll arise out of the implementation plan and the budget. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so there's two capital funded grant programs that are targeted to the areas like Charing Cross.
Yeah.
The larger scale redevelopment projects, so that include mixed uses, that would be the TIG program that's funded through taxes.
Okay, so so what we're looking at then is a redistribution of wealth to some extent, from tax-derived monies to pay companies to improve the look of their storefronts, and in some cases to provide access for folks that arrive in wheelchairs and so on. Is that what we're talking about?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that would be, it's recommended that those programs would be considered by council in 2022, and a budget would be needed to fund those programs. Yes.
Yeah. So by approving this tonight, we're pretty much committing to spending money on this, which on all the programs, sorry, that aren't TIG programs.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, no. So the programs can remain in the CIP without ever receiving funding. They are only operational if council chooses to allocate funds for a budget. There's no obligation for council to ever allocate funds to those programs.
But I would presume that, I wouldn't presume anything of council, but certainly if we approve it tonight, it would have to, it would lead me to believe that council has a mind to actually spend money on this. Thank you, Victoria.
So I've got a question for you, Victoria. So the TIG, which is the property tax rebate. So the only way you qualify for that, correct me if I'm wrong, is if it's a total rebuild or replacement.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it's large-scale transformative projects that would result in an increase in taxes. So generally, we're looking at new buildings or substantial additions that will result in an increase in the assessed value of the property.
Okay, and what will attract, in comparison, what will attract the grant?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so the capital funded grant programs are smaller improvements targeted at existing sites and buildings. So for example, the mixed use building improvement grant, if you think about some properties on Colburn Street West, they may have some vacant, it appears that they may have some vacant space in the upper stories. That type of grant would facilitate the conversion of those units from commercial space or vacant space to residential units, or vice versa. There may be a residential unit on the ground floor. It would facilitate the conversion to a commercial unit.
The grant program is intended for, you're keeping the building, and maybe for historical purposes you're keeping it, but you're trying to improve the look of it, or some of the flows on the property, or landscaping.
Yes,
so
that's
really keeping the building, not making major changes to it. You're just trying to improve the aesthetics, so it looks less like a grayfield property.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. So I won't support this amendment because there is a definite difference between the purpose of the TIG and the purpose of the grants, and clearly we're going to have to make a decision later, maybe another council, whether to fund this grant program. But I think the point that Victoria is making is you can't even make that decision unless it's been built into the SIP, the Community Improvement Program. If you don't have it in there, we could never ever consider it in the future. And certainly, when would the report come back to us about funding? That would likely be what, about a year from now, I think the report says?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, okay, all right. That's it for me. Councillor Martin, for the second time, the amendment.
Thank you. It's been suggested that we should leave these programs in place for accessibility. And accessibility is a very important issue, and I think it's one that we should certainly support. However, I don't think we should support it in a few small targeted areas. Accessibility is something that should be citywide. So we're going to tell some store owners that because you don't live in this one, or one of these small targeted areas, you don't qualify for any money for accessibility. But if you live in if your business is in one of these targeted areas, sure, we'll give you money. Can everybody else not see the problem with that? I mean, if you really care about accessibility, eliminate these grants and use the money to bring in a grant program specifically targeted to accessibility and make it citywide. Not just accessibility for some. It sounds like a Simpsons episode, accessibility for some and small Canadian flags for everybody else. I mean, we got to be consistent with something like this and make it across the city. To say that we need to keep targeted money for accessibility in very small areas is ludicrous.
Councillor Martin, would you please be a little more respectful in your debate? You're about to cross the line there. So, Councillor Carpenter, then Councillor McCurry.
Thank you. Just the staff. Whatever's in the CIP, it has to be approved by the province. Is that correct?
Through Mr. Mayor, yes, the CIP, the final approval authority is the province.
And generally, if you're doing a CIP, you put a lot of things in it so that if you decide to move on those things, you don't got to go back to the province for another approval process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the suggestion that we do these things, it isn't automatic. Council will have to either allocate money to it or not allocate money to it. So it's council's decision to do these things, if they're in the CIP or not. It's not an automatic.
That's correct.
Okay, so even in the CIP, we could also include affordable housing units as part of the rebuild as well, could we not?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McCurry for a second time to the amendment.
Mayor, thank you, and I'll try not to cross any lines. I wouldn't want to be criticized by the chair. I'm supportive of the amendment. I will say what I said before on a previous item, that if you support keeping this in, you support spending money later on. There's no other reason why we would adopt this tonight.
All right, not seeing any other raised hands. Madam Deputy Clerk, let's please call the vote on this one, the amendment.
Councillor Vanderstel, I'm just waiting for your vote.
I'm waiting for my screen. So I do not support the amendment, and I'll reboot and see what happens. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. The amendment is lost on a recorded vote of 2-9. Those in favor, Councillors Martin and McCurry. Those against, Mayor Davis, Councillors Vanderstelt, Sluss, Antosky, Wall, Van Tilburg, Carpenter, Utley, and Weaver.
All right, to the resolution itself, Councillor McCurry.
Mayor, thank you. I have another amendment, which I'll introduce, seconded by my ward mate. And the amendment would be that previously approved projects be excluded from consideration.
Any discussion on that?
Could the wording on that be repeated, please?
Councillor McCurry, I think you said that your resolution is that.
Mayor, did you want me to repeat it?
Yeah, if you could, please.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if that was directed at me or at staff. Yes, the amendment would read that previously approved projects be excluded from consideration.
All right, so Councillor Van Tilburg, then Councillor Carpenter, and Councillor Sluss.
Yeah, I thought that's what I heard. I just want to be clear. So you're saying that somebody that's had a facade grant or something like that should not have to come back again for another one later. I just want to be clear on that, because that is something that I also agree with.
Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you. To staff, so when we talk about previously approved projects, are we talking about the Canadian Tire site? And does staff know of any other sites where the project has been approved?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, previously approved projects can have a variety of meanings. So there could be further clarification provided on that. So it could be, approved at a building permit stage, approved at a zoning bylaw amendment stage, approved at site plan control stage. So I can't really speak to that.
So are you saying that the amendment's not clear enough to direct exactly what we're talking about, which projects?
Yes.
So I guess, is this each of these projects that if they were allowed, Did they all come to council for approval?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so it depends on the project. So some projects do not require zoning bylaw amendment approval, so they just need site plan approval. So those projects would not come before council.
I mean, for the grant, would they come to council for the grant?
Yes, the facade grants, it's all council approval.
So council can deny or approve any grant for any project?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Sluss.
I'm not clear what's on the floor, Mr. Mayor. Are we discussing a project where something's being redeveloped in a gray area and now they're involved in the tax reduction? Is that what we're talking about? Or are we talking about grants to do facades? I don't know what we're talking about. And once I find out what we're talking about, I would like to see a list of what those, to identify what projects that we're exactly talking about.
So Madam Clerk, can you get it up for us on the screen? Can you share it? And we may need some friendly amendments here to make it a little bit clearer.
If I could, through the chair as well, this is the wording provided by Councillor McCreary. I would probably have to defer to him for any further clarification associated with this.
Right. Yes, I think Councillor McCreary, I'm going to rule as a chair that I don't think it's specific enough. It creates too much confusion. What is a previously approved project and excluded for consideration? So first of all, are you intending this apply to all three of the programs, the grants and the property tax rebate?
Mayor, I'm not certain what more you're looking for from me. I did think that the amendment had clarity. Perhaps it's open to interpretation in a number of different ways. But I think what my intent is that a project that's received approval from the City of Brantford and which can proceed without further approvals from the City of Brantford be deemed ineligible to receive monies from any of these programs. And a member of council cited the Canadian Tire project as one, and I believe that has received all the approvals necessary. And Mayor, further, the money, in the taxation money that would be accrued from that project, we've already sort of accounted for. So is it reasonable to retroactively allow folks to apply for programs that were not in existence when they received approvals and therefore received something of a minor windfall from the corporation of the City of Brantford? I hope that offers clarity, although I'm not going to amend the wording.
All right, I'm almost on the verge of ruling it as improper for lack of precision, but what instead I'll just say as a member of this council that I'm not going to vote in favor of this amendment, but if something comes back to us at council that's a little more precisely worded, I might. So any other discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Madam Clerk or Deputy Clerk, call the vote.
The amendment is failed on a recorded vote of 2 to 9. Those in favor, Councillors Martin and McCreary. Those against, Mayor Davis, Councillors Vanderstelt, Sluss, Antosky, Wall, Van Tilburg, Carpenter, Utley, and Weaver.
So any further discussion on the resolution that hasn't been amended? Councillor Antosky.
Thank you, Mayor. Just as a follow-up to the clarity, you know, when this does come back, I heard two very different perceptions of what that meant. So Councillor Van Tilburg was asking if it was in regard to a project that had already received money from that grant before, but I'm also hearing it's about anybody that's made it through the process and is ready to build. Or is it both? So I would also like to see some clarity on that if we could, or understand it a bit more clearly as we go forward. Thank you.
Not seeing anything like, whoa. Yes, Councillor McCreary and followed by Councillor Martin.
Mayor, thank you very much. With the amendments, I could have wholeheartedly supported this tonight because I think there's some merit to the bulk of what's before us. But I can't support it tonight. Perhaps council will be of a different mind to entertain some amendments when it comes to council, and then perhaps it could be unanimous.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you. I'd like to move a deferral so this can be considered at the same night as the downtown tax incremental grant.
Is there a seconder on that?
Yes.
Yes, Councillor McCreary. So no debate other than the time and place. I think you made it pretty clear what the time and place is. Councillor Vanderstel, time and place.
Should they both go to the same meeting?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So, all right, so we'll call the vote on that. Madam Clerk.
No, sorry, Mr. Mayor, I may have misspoken. I apologize. Should they both go to the same meeting, considering the amount of time we've spent on both items so far tonight? Should they not go to a different meeting to allow for more conversation?
Well, I guess each of us, are you asking staff that question, whether or not the deferral in terms of time and place the council meeting is appropriate?
That's what I'm asking. 2.5 hours so far.
Yeah, that's fine. Is there a staff member that wants to comment on that? Nicole, you popped up. Yes.
Through you, Mayor Davis. With respect to the report that is before you, planning staff have not really received direction on what to bring back before you. So from our point of view, if you want to defer this to the same meeting, then that would be reasonable with respect to us providing, information back. It's not, there isn't really information that's been requested to bring back on this particular program.
You're muted, Mr. Mayor.
So I'll call the vote on this now, please.
The deferral motion has failed on a recorded vote of 4-7. Those in favor, Councillors Martin, Wall, Utley, McCreary. Those against, Mayor Davis, Councillors Vanderstel, Sless, Antosky, Van Tilburg, Carpenter, and Weaver.
So Councillor Martin, for the second and last time to the resolution.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this for the reasons that I don't support a lot of these things. It's arbitrarily biased to certain locations. And I asked earlier about schools being considered gray fields, and they're not. So that means that the condo development on Fairview Drive is not eligible, but the apartment development at the Game Time site is eligible because an empty restaurant, an empty commercial space is the definition of a gray field. So how anybody can say that Game Time is not a gray field, I don't know, but it fits the definition exactly. And so we're going to have some buildings that qualify, some buildings that don't. So we're going to incentivize some people, but not others. And that's just fundamentally wrong, in my opinion. And I won't be supporting this.
Actually, Councillor Sless, if you take the chair, I want to put an amendment on the floor.
Certainly, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
Are you finished, Councillor Martin?
Yes, I was. Thank you.
Okay. Next in the queue is Councillor McCreary.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I won't be supporting it either. Councillor Martin's absolutely correct. It's very capricious the way we are picking winners and losers here. And as he said earlier, it's just like what happened during the official plan. Whose lands are in and whose lands are out? Who do we make millionaires and who has to wait a few years? The analogy with respect to Game Time and the Vicano development on Fairview Drive is quite apt. A vacant restaurant and a vacant school entail two very different definitions when in fact I see no difference. The other thing that I find a bit troublesome is the fact that by approving this tonight, I suspect we'll be moving ahead in the year to come to create a budget whereby we can fund store owners in various parts of town to pay for improvements to their properties to make their storefronts more attractive and make us feel better about them, and perhaps to allow them to increase their revenue. And it's going to be the taxpayers of this city that pay for that. And there's a lot of people in this city, I think, that would like to improve the look of the front of their house and just can't afford it because they've got too many tax pockets that they have to fill with coin as it is. So those are my reasons for not supporting this tonight. Perhaps between now and council night, there may be some other things that come forward that might allow us to take a different view.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, you have an amendment.
Yeah, I'd like to move, seeking a seconder if I can get one, that the TIG portion of the gray field be likewise limited to the target areas similar to the grant program. And I think Councillor Carpenter is saying he's going to second that, I hope. And so my rationale is this. I felt uncomfortable as soon as I asked that question about King George Road, because my understanding of the Grayfield program was for those areas in the city that are gray fields, where we know there's a lot of impediments to development, because it snowballs. Once an area starts declining, becomes a gray field, it's really hard to get it to improve. And I thought that was the intent of this program, not to just, oh, there's an empty space here in King George Road, let's incentivize that. Because frankly, in certain areas of the city like King George Road, I don't think we need to incentivize anything. The developments there are driven by virtue of the fact they've got the market there, they got the traffic. So I don't see why we would have a program that would do that. If it's intended for gray fields, limit it to gray fields. I think we can all agree, as we have in the past, that the areas we've designated as target areas, those are gray fields. You know, it's like, does it look like a gray field? Does it, you know, a gray field when you see one? It's kind of hard to define, but so that's the purpose of this. I think we're going too far, being too generous, and maybe kind of misdirecting the program for what I think it's really intended for, real gray fields.
Councillor Martin? Okay. To the amendment?
I believe Councillor Van Tilburg is before me.
Okay. Councillor Van Tilburg.
I just want to say that I support the mayor's amendment. I think that is what the program should look like, and I do believe it seems to be a little bit far-reaching now.
Councillor Martin, thank you.
Thank you. Well, I agree with the mayor in that what's being proposed is too generous, but I disagree with his amendment because it takes a bad situation and makes it worse. We're going to target some gray fields because they're in designated areas, but other places that are just as bad, just as run down, that are considered gray fields, if they're not in a targeted area, they don't qualify. So again, we're picking winners and losers. And when governments pick winners and losers, it's the taxpayer that loses. And I think this makes things worse. And I certainly hope that council won't support this, because it takes something that's pretty much citywide and narrows it down to a very small focus. And I don't feel that's appropriate.
Councillor McCreary, you're next.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me say what a good job you're doing standing in for the mayor while he engages in debate. I support what the mayor is talking about, but I think back to a time when we had a member of council who often used a turn of phrase that was quite interesting. And what comes to mind is the phrase ad hocery. And I for one, I understand what the mayor is talking about, but I think what I would like to suggest, Mr. Chair, and perhaps after everybody has spoken, I think I'd like to refer the mayor's amendment back to staff for comment to us around that proposed amendment that could come back to us at council.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm in support of the mayor's amendment. In fact, I don't think I would have supported this without that amendment. The amendment, clearly, this is Grayfield's revitalization strategy. we've been looking at grave fields for, gosh, a decade or so, trying to find solutions to them. We tried to get the province to reverse its tax gift to anybody that made a grave field. And that took a lot of years. They finally did, of course. But what I would like to have seen them to double the taxation on a grave field property, encourage development. But this is providing an incentive for grave fields. And for the Ward 4, Corporate Street East is definitely identified a lot of grave field spots on Corporate Street East. And for Representative Ward 4, I will be supporting the mayor's amendment. They should be targeted to what we've already identified as grave field sites. We're not picking winner or loser. We're already picking the places that are identified as grave fields that we've been working a lot of years to identify them as grave fields in the first place. So of course it's more than appropriate. It doesn't make a bad situation worse. That actually makes it better by targeting it specifically to areas like the old hotels along Corporate Street East that have been problematic for both Councillor Antosky and I, and a lot of the grave field developments that haven't been developed along that strip. This will work very well towards helping that happen. And we have a lot of interest in our community. Now is the time to start directing where that interest goes with a little bit of incentive. So I will be supporting the mayor's amendment wholeheartedly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for bringing it up.
Okay. Are there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, I'll be supporting it as well. Not unlike the downtown, that's a targeted area because it's an area that needs attention. And I think it's called the gray fields, not gray field. And I think it's because there's more than one property. It creates an area that needs help, not one building that needs help. And I think when you look at something like King George Road, it doesn't need help. It's in an area where that's not a gray field area. It's in a thriving area, and it will thrive on its own. I don't think we need to bolster that. Not unlike the school location, it's in a thriving area. It will do just fine without a program. But I think there's areas of the city, and they've been identified, where it's a cancerous thing, and it's not one building. It's an area. And I think that's what this is targeting. And I think the amendment does exactly that. So I'll be supporting it. And now I shouldn't have said anything because we have a bunch more speakers. Councillor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Chair Sless. Councillor McCreary was ahead of me. Thank you.
You guys are too fast. Okay, Councillor McCreary.
Mr. Chair, just a reminder that I'd like to move a referral back to staff when you deem that appropriate.
Okay, Councillor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a snapshot in time. This is asset management snapshot in time philosophy. So there are certain areas in the town, in our city, and which will be a larger city in the future, that will require additional attention. We all know where those areas are. We all know where those properties are. And as today's buildings, who are in a somewhat a state of good repair, go another 10, 20, 35 years, they are also going to deteriorate to the point where they need some work. And our policies will change insofar as what we are going to be responsible for doing in order to gain better access to commercial buildings. Those policies will change on our level, and they'll change on the provincial level as well. So if you think about the long-term project that we're undertaking, it's no different than we've already done for a number of years now. We've attached a asset management system of dealing with the worst situations first. And in so doing, we know it's going to be an ongoing program for improvements. And as we apply these principles to different areas in town, as the CIPs take various forms and iterations, we'll eventually have the opportunity to take all the deteriorated, dilapidated areas and assist the owners or developers, should that be the case, to do it sooner, do it faster, and the city benefits every single situation. I'll be supporting the mayor's amendment because we're just at a snapshot in time. Next year, next term, the term following, they can change the parameters, and those who require it will have access to that kind of help and that kind of funding. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Vanderstel. I'll seek direction from the clerk. Can this be referred to, this amendment, prior to it being voted on?
So through the chair, the referral motion, technically what would be before you, a referral motion back to staff would start the process over again in regards to this Greyfield CIP, Greyfield's item and statutory public hearing. I think through the chair, what is being sought is a deferral with direction to staff associated with finding out information regarding this specific amendment. So although the wording refer is being used, it's more appropriately a deferral with direction to staff on the pending amendment.
Okay, so it does trump the amendment, then it can be put in ahead of it.
Through the chair, yes, it is in order to place a deferral on the floor in regards to this with the reasoning provided, as although we did fail a deferral previously, this is a deferral with specific direction pursuant to the amendment that is pending.
Okay, thank you. So Councillor McCreary, did you want to move your deferral?
Coincidentally, Mr. Chair, that's exactly what I meant.
Do you have a seconder?
Councillor Martin.
Councillor Martin, okay. I guess I will ask the clerk to call the vote on that deferral then, please.
The deferral motion with the pending amendment is failed on a recorded vote of 2-9. Those in favor, Councillors Martin and McCreary. Those against, Mayor Davis, Councillors Vanderstelt, Sless, Antosky, Wall, Van Tilburg, Carpenter, Utley, and Weaver.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we're back to the mayor's amendment. I don't see anybody with a raised hand. Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to call the question, please, on the amendment.
The amendment carried on a recorded vote of 10-1. Those in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillors Vanderstelt, Sless, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg. Those against, Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Okay, is there further discussion now on the main motion as amended? Seeing none, I'll ask the clerk to take the vote on that, please.
Item 5.2 as amended is approved on a recorded vote of 9-2. Those in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillors Vanderstelt, Sless, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, Carpenter, Van Tilburg. Those against, Councillors Martin and McCreary.
Thank you. And I guess it's your goal, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sless, for making it possible for me to mix it up in the debate. We'll move on to the third and last public hearing, and that is applications for plan amendment to P0520 and zoning bylaw amendment PZ1320, which is in relation to 565 West Street. So I'd now ask the very long patient applicant, agent, owner to present before the committee. Please state your name, your names, and then present your application.
I think I was muted during that introduction.
Yes, you were. Now we can hear you.
My apologies. Okay, good evening, your worship, members of council. Nancy Friday, senior planner with GSP Group. And I'm here tonight on behalf of the owner of 565 West Street. They are putting forward an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment for the lands located north of the 403. We have West Street to the west and Edmonston Street to the south. And it's just a portion of the site that currently contains Crunch Fitness that is subject to this amendment. And we put in this application for the medical clinic. It's for a dental use. Back in July of 2020, deemed complete in August, and we're glad to be before the Committee of the Whole this evening. Next slide, please. Just briefly, this is taken from a report that we prepared showing a 400-meter radius around the site. And just to put it in context, you do see the 403 to the south, Linden Park Mall to the northeast. This is an industrial area that is surrounded by more or less commercial to the north and to the northwest, and more or less all residential, low density, and some medium density, on the west side of West Street. Next slide, please. So this is an extract from Schedule 1.1 of the current official plan. And it shows that that site, 565 West Street, is currently a designated general industrial area. And it has a special modified policy area associated with it. And that's associated with a OPA and ZBA back in 2017, where council approved a health club for the site, which is currently in place as a fitness center that's there, Crunch Fitness, excuse me, as well as a restaurant and a drive-through. So that is in that zoning bylaw, and that official plan amendment took effect 2017. And today we're before you to request more or less an exchange. The lands were sold. The current owner, being the dentist, no longer wants to pursue a restaurant. He does want a medical clinic and a accessory pharmacy in a new building. And we're, we're basically asking for that to be in place of the restaurant and the drive-through. So the zoning around, you can see the designations around the site being some general commercial, district center commercial, and community center commercial. Next slide, please. We were talking, I heard council talking earlier about the new draft official plan. I know it will be expected to be adopted, passed by bylaw in March. And I've put an extract here from the new official plan that shows what the future designations will be in the area. And the site will be designated major commercial center designation, which would essentially allow a number of commercial and retail uses, including the medical clinic that we are proposing today. We were not sure the timing of the new official plan. The dentist wanted to proceed ahead of that, knowing that it was going to be coming forward fairly in tandem with his proposal to build the dental clinic. But in any event, the official plan amendment was submitted to allow the medical clinic within the current general industrial designation. You can see the darker purple being the prestige employment and the lighter purple being the general employment that is being retained within the area. Next slide, please. And this is just a carryover from another schedule in the new official plan, showing that it's also, the subject lands are also within a strategic growth area, and that was sort of overlapped by the commercial designation in the previous slide, but it's also strategic growth area. And you can see here the purple lands in dots are the provincially significant employment areas that will be protected for the long term. Next slide, please. So currently, as I mentioned, it's currently zoned M260, and that was implemented back in 2017, permits the health club, the restaurant, and a drive-through. And again, we're requesting a medical clinic, accessory pharmacy, and there's also a minor modification to the zoning needed for loading spaces. The dentist has advised that he does not require your typical type A loading space, but in any event, we're trying to provide two rather basic parking spaces for deliveries that would take place in a car or a van. So we're asking that two smaller loading spaces be permitted or be allowed on the site. Next slide, please. Excuse me, this was taken from one of our reports, and at the beginning we had a basic building footprint identified and the parking area in the corner of the site. And basically it has reduced itself in size over time as they refine the development for the medical clinic. And you can see there it's 358 square meters, which is a little smaller than what's shown on this preliminary site plan that we had prepared. There's more than enough parking. It's over the zoning bylaw requirement for medical clinic. And just at the bottom, I've put what the employees or the number of employees that are expected in the building. And so you can see that's 2 dentists, hygienists, administrative staff, and assistant, for a total of 11 staff. And they may not all be in the building at the same time, as there may be staging of dental work that takes place. Next slide, please. Just a schematic layout of the medical clinic, just to show that we are advancing with the dentist in terms of what he would like to see in the building and would like to submit a site plan application as soon as possible. And this is showing the public areas, the private areas, and the pharmacy itself as Unit 2 in that gray color on this slide. Next slide, please. So quickly, overall, this proposal is consistent with the PPS and the growth plan. And as I said, council did put their mind to a change in use on this site previously, leaving it in the general industrial designation, but allowing the health club and the restaurant. So now we are following up on that and just changing that restaurant use to medical clinic. And it does conform to the new official plan that will be adopted shortly. The one comment I'd like to make is that the staff report, which we obviously support and appreciate, there is a recommendation that a holding provision be put on the zoning. And as I understand it, this is sort of a standard requirement of the city that the holding provision apply to site-specific rezonings. In this case, there's no servicing or lot consolidation or contamination issue to hold up. There's something to be done before development can take place. The next step is, of course, the site plan approval. And that is the reason for the holding provision. A little bit unusual, but I understand the city's point of view. But on behalf of the owner, he has asked that I request that holding provision not be attached to the rezoning at this time. And thank you very much for your time. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Friday. I think we may have a couple of questions for you. Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While this development is in Ward 4, I have now noticed on the map that it's within 500 meters of my residential home. So I'm going to declare a conflict of interest and not take part in the discussion or the vote. Thank you.
Your conflict's duly noted, and of course, they'll have to fill out one of those forms. So, any questions for Ms. Friday or the applicant here? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much, Ms. Friday. Don't go away there. You may want to give us a wrap up after we hear from staff. So then we'll now go to municipal staff. If they would please speak to this application, introduce themselves, and would you address the issues that arose through the circulation of this application and that you believe we should consider.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Nicole Petnuzzo, Senior Planner in Community Development. This is my presentation for this application at 565 West Street. Next slide, please. This is an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment under the Planning Act, and it's to facilitate an infill development for the construction of the proposed dental clinic with accessory pharmacy and associated parking lot. Next slide, please. I won't go over the location, but I just thought I would show the photos here. The applicant has described where the site is located, and yes, there's a Crunch Fitness existing there. That was a retrofit to an old industrial building, and now it's up and right. Well, it's actually not up and running at the moment, but it is Crunch Fitness that's up and running. And the next slide, please. The proposed dental clinic would be in the southwest corner of the site. And there's just a photo here that these are single detached homes that back onto West Street. That's kitty corner to the site. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the development proposal, as the applicant has laid out, is to amend the official plan and zoning bylaw. It is now both a modified policy area as well as an exception area in the zoning. And that's to, of course, for the one-story clinic, dental clinic with the accessory pharmacy. So as the applicant said, that the official plan and zoning amendment for the health club and a drive-through restaurant was approved in 2017. However, there was a site plan application for the drive-through restaurant that has since been withdrawn, and the ownership has changed. Next slide, please. It's a little bit more detail with respect to the proposed dental clinic. So as the applicant indicated, there's actually a reduction, as I understand it, from 420 square meters for the dental clinic to now the 358. So there'll be even less requirement for the parking. But the proposed building is located at the corner of the site, and here in the corner there is a setback of 2.1 meters, and that's to accommodate for the daylight triangle. And then the setback from Edmondson Street is 8.83, so would provide for quite a bit of landscaping here along Edmond Street near the corner. The vehicle access to the site is with 3 driveways, and the driveway that is closest to the proposal is shown here on the map. And so there are 124 spaces on site for both the health club and the dental clinic, and the proposal does meet the parking requirements. And as the applicant indicated, they're asking for 2 additional 3x6 loading spaces for the proposed dental clinic. Next slide, please. Here are some renderings that were provided by the applicant, and the proposed dental clinic is 1 story in height. However, that portion that's fronting onto West Street is increases in height. It's an architectural feature, and the height does meet the requirement of the zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. And this is just another rendering of the rear. So this area would be where the parking area would be, and then this is facing north. Next slide, please. So there, as the applicant mentioned, there are new policies in the 2020 provincial policy statement and 2020 growth plan, which allow for conversions now within employment areas to non-employment uses subject to a particular criteria. And the criteria was set out in the staff report, and we actually do, the proposal does meet the criteria of that 2020 PPS and growth plan. So the new official plan, as mentioned also by the applicant, allows for commercial type uses, and the municipal comprehensive review is reflective of the city's vision for those subject lands. Next slide, please. So again, the existing designation is the general industrial area modified policy, and they're not proposing to change the designation, but only to amend the existing modified policy area to allow for that dental clinic. Next slide, please. The same goes with the zoning. Again, it has that exception number 2 to the zoning, but rather than using a different exception number, we're going to maintain that exception number of M260. But again, add the holding, and that holding would be for to fulfill the criteria for the site plan control process. And so through the circulation of the application, some of the technical details will be dealt with through the site plan control process, which is why we put the H on our official plan and zoning amendments. It's a common practice at the City of Brantford. Next slide, please. Again, this is just a layout to show you where the front yard would be. Existing right now is a 2.1 front yard in the existing exception, so that's going to be maintained. And the 2 3x6 loading spaces would be added to the new zoning bylaw amendment. So next slide, please. Thank you. Some of the considerations that we took into considered during the writing of the report is the analysis is of course the public input. So staff actually sent around a public notice for neighborhood input mailed out on October 30th. And at that time, there was one business owner that had some concerns with respect to having another dental clinic and pharmacy within the area, and that perhaps would negatively impact some of the other businesses in the area. Next slide, please. Development considerations that staff reviewed were, again, the public input, traffic, urban design, and of course, the site plan control process. Because there was a traffic analysis done with the restaurant and the health fitness club at the time, and then there was an addendum to that TIS. There's no no negative impacts on traffic, and there's no mitigation measures required with this new application. And of course, the urban design of the building will be looked at through the site plan control process. And in this case, the building is brought to the street, it's close to transit, and offers a pedestrian connection in an otherwise sort of vacant area of the site. Next slide, please. So planning staff recommend that the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment be approved. It's consistent with PPS and conforms with the growth plan and the official plan. Infill development, it's utilizing the existing infrastructure and it's within an intensification corridor. So in staff's opinion, this represents good planning. Next slide, please. So thank you. That concludes my presentation, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Councillor McCreary and then Councillor Sluss.
Mayor, thank you very much. Through you to staff. Thank you very much for the presentation, Nicole. Is a pharmacy an approved accessory use to any primary medical associated usage?
Yeah, so under the zoning bylaw, medical clinic automatically includes an accessory pharmacy. So, and a dental clinic is classified under a medical clinic. So,
have we seen that previously as an accessory to a dental office?
I haven't seen it in Brantford, so
yeah, I don't think I have either. Okay.
Yeah.
Is a portion of this building 2-story?
No, it's going to be a 1-story building, but it has that architectural feature to allow for a higher foyer or higher ceiling height in the foyer.
Oh, I see. Okay. All right. I heard you say that it's perfectly permissible to convert from employment lands, but it looks like they've got about, I mean, even if it weren't, they've got about 1 employee per 40 square meters, and that's probably a greater percentage than you see in a warehouse usage, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that one of the criteria that you have to meet is that you maintain the significant jobs. Right. And in actuality, because they already had approved a restaurant use on that site, and there is a health club there already, then having those 11 additional jobs, you know, it definitely maintains the amount of jobs that would be on that site nonetheless.
Right, okay. And there was opposition from a competing business within the study area, right?
Correct.
However, are we in the business of creating business separation space?
I should say through you, Mr. Mayor, then in actuality, you know, some planning, there is some planning thought about getting into like market studies and, you know, sort of that approach to planning. We don't ask for market studies. We don't get into that at the City of Brantford, and I explained that to the applicant. So, you know, we're basing it on the merits of the provincial policy and the vision for the city.
I think the only retail use that we consider a study like that for is grocery stores. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of that, but I can look into it and get back to you.
Not significant. It seems to me that we had that question was raised when Farm Boy was proposed for King George Road because of its proximity to two other grocery stores on that street. I don't know if Joe was around then. Maybe he's a little longer in the tooth than you, Nicole, when it comes to City of Brantford time in. Perhaps Joe might recollect.
Through the mayor to Councilor McCreary, I do not recollect that particular requirement, but there is a provision in the current official plan which does require that a market study analysis be done and peer reviewed for larger type developments. And if you may recall, that had been done previously with the expansion of the Linden Park Mall and those larger type commercial establishments.
Thank you very much, guys.
Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Nicole, can you comment on the applicant's request to not institute the holding?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So it's a standard practice at the City of Brantford when someone goes through an official plan amendment and a zoning bylaw amendment to implement a holding provision on a number of issues. But yes, if there are no other outstanding, whether it be environmental issues, et cetera, that we actually do put the holding on for in order to get the securities for site plan and to ensure that all the technical matters are being dealt with through that process. So that's a standard practice.
Joe, can you help us on that too?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mayor Davis, and through you to Councillor Sluss. This, as Ms. Petnuzzo has already indicated, is a standard practice at the city for when new applications come in to be rezoned. There's a caveat in the staff report from an administrative perspective. We're not asking for any future additional fees. There's a two-year time horizon where the applicant would then come forward once the site plan has been finalized and enter the agreement registered and entered into, that we go ahead and with clerks provide them with that holding removal bylaw. So there's no additional fee to the applicant. It's timely in the sense that there's no staff report that's required. And I think thirdly, it's almost an incentive to see development happen within that two-year time horizon rather than just letting things sit around for many years if development doesn't go that way. I would leave it to this council if they want to go ahead and make a change to that. It's just, I think, you know, in my opinion, we would be seeing a lot more often to deviate or remove that clause going forward. That would just be my only opinion there.
Is it common practice in a lot of other cities, Joe?
Through you, Mayor Davis, to Councillor Sluss, and I've worked with Nancy on a number of occasions in different municipalities, and it's not a very common throughout other municipalities or jurisdictions to impose a holding in this fashion. But rather than picking and choosing, we've stayed consistent with how we proceed here in development planning with maintaining the holding for all new rezoning applications that come forward.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Thank you. Through you to staff. I'm not sure why this is even before us. Is it because it's changed from a restaurant?
Yes, because the uses are very site specific, then in order to change the use from the restaurant to the dental clinic, and because it's in an employment area, they needed an OPA and a rezoning to accomplish that. So, and as the applicant indicated, the new official plan does actually designate the lands to be non-employment and they would be commercial.
However, you know, as she indicated, the owner would like to move forward prior to waiting for the approval both from council as well as from the ministry.
Councilor Martin, you have to unmute yourself.
Right. So if they decided to wait until our official plan was approved, they wouldn't need this amendment. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam, or sorry, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I mean, it would have to go also to the ministry. So there is a time associated with that of 120 days. And then, of course, they would be subject potentially to appeals. So in that way, there could be a significant delay in getting that approval for the applicant. So, which, as the applicant indicated, that's why they went ahead and put forth the fee in the application to ask for the approval for this proposal.
Joe, can you expand on that?
Yes, thank you, Davis, to Councillor Martin. Just to clarify, and I think if I understood the question correctly, Councillor Martin, is that would they still need to go through a public exercise? And the answer is absolutely yes. At the time back in 2017, as described by Ms. Petnuzzo, this application was very succinct and specific with respect to the uses, both from an official plan perspective as well as the zoning. So it strictly just said fitness center and drive-through restaurant, and in that regard, so we're, you know, if in fact the new official plan was approved, they'd still have to be before you for a rezoning exercise.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
So not seeing any other raised hands. So I'd open we now go to the, sorry, good, yeah. Now back to you, Ms. Friday, so that you can respond to any of these questions that have come up or any comments made by staff.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think the only thing I would add is on the holding provision, I understand the incentive component, but there's also the only, I think, downside perhaps is that when for funding or for going to the bank to fund your redevelopment, sometimes the holding provision is a red flag. And really in this case, it's not particularly a red flag. It's just, no matter what, we would have to go through site plan approval and submit the application and securities. That would all happen no matter if there's an H or not. And in terms of whether or not it would happen more quickly because there's an H, there's an incentive, again, not necessarily. It could be a disincentive, but I don't know that my client would necessarily want to argue this to the end. But I would just like to say that I think it's a little unusual to have a holding provision in this particular case. And he certainly does want to proceed with a site plan ASAP. So I just noted to him that holding provision wasn't something we see everywhere. And he preferred not to have it. But I think that's my case before you tonight. Just it's a little bit unusual, and the existing zoning right now does not have a holding provision on it. And I know that happened in 2017 and it's 2021 now, but I just wondered why that sort of overall city policy was made to put a holding on everything. And that's just again, that's just a comment for your consideration this evening.
Right. Do any members of the committee have any questions for the agent? Not seeing any. Once again, thank you very much, Ms. Friday, for appearing. And of course, now we'll begin to deal with it because that brings to an end the public hearing in this matter. And Councillor Carpenter, you're scheduled to read the resolution, but I'm not sure. Councillor Antosky, if you can please move the resolution. I think Councillor Weaver has said he'll second it. If you could read it, please.
Certainly, Mayor. That official plan amendment application OPO 520 submitted by GSP Group on behalf of Linfam Holdings affecting the lands located on the north side of Edmondson Street and on the east side of West Street, municipally known as 565 West Street, be approved And B, that zoning bylaw amendment application PZ 1320 submitted by GSP Group Inc. on behalf of Linfam Holdings Inc. affecting the lands located on the north side of Edmondson Street and east side of West Street municipally addressed as 565 West Street be approved, and C, that the bylaw to remove the holding, the H provision, from the subject lands not be presented to council for approval until the following conditions have been satisfied. One, that the applicant has provided a signed site plan agreement to the city along with all necessary securities. And two, that all servicing issues, financial and otherwise, have been addressed to the satisfaction of the Corporation of the City of Brantford. And D, that pursuant to section 1723 and 3418.2 of the Planning Act 1990, CP 13, the following statement shall be included in the notice of decision. Regard has been had for all written and oral submissions received from the public before the decision was made in relation to this planning matter as discussed in section 8.2 and 9.3 of report 2021-25. And if I may speak to it, Mayor?
Go ahead.
Thank you. I remember quite clearly when this came forward with the specification of the restaurant with the drive-through, because I remember commenting, thinking I couldn't think of another possibility of another drive-through in that area that didn't already exist, but relented that probably market research had been done. So I like that this is going to be a dental office. I would be hesitant. I know that it's unusual. I would not support removing the H. As with many things and how rules get put in place, it's from lessons learned. And that's why we have a policy of doing things the way we do it. And so I would not approve that, but I love the idea of this being a dental facility, a dental office and pharmacy. Thank you.
Councilor Martin.
Thank you. I'll be fully supporting this. It'll be nice to see this redevelopment of this site finally completed. It was started about 4 years ago. And this is a property that's been underutilized for many years more before that as well. So this redevelopment is going to be a welcome site in the neighborhood, and I look forward to its completion.
All right, not seeing anyone else wants to speak to this. We'll now call the vote on this matter, please.
The motion is approved unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillors Vanderstelt, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Van Tilburg, McCurry, Utley, and Weaver, noting Councillor Carpenter's conflict.
All right, so that brings an end the portion that I have to chair, and so I very gladly hand it back to Councillor Sless to complete the committee of the whole meeting.
You're on mute, Councillor Sless.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And that brings us already to delegations. So we're moving at lightning speed here. Tonight we have two delegations, I believe. They are related, and I don't know whether they're co-presenting or not, but I'll introduce the first gentleman. It's Aaron Zoller. If you could please come forward. He's speaking to item 7.1.5, which is the application under section 34 of the Ontario Heritage Act and Demolition Control Bylaw 156-2019 to remove and relocate the Crystal Cottage from 35 Chatham Street. Aaron, you have 10 minutes, and that's inclusive of questions from the committee. So when you're ready, please proceed.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. I know it's late in the night. As far as the staff report, I agree fully with the staff report. Any questions?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zoller. Are there any questions of the delegation? You really dragged that along, Aaron, but we'll get through it. Are there any questions to the delegation? Seeing none, Appreciate the presentation. I'm sure it took you all day to get it ready, and we appreciate it. So thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
So a couple of speakers there, Councillor Sless.
Oh, did they pop up? Oh, I'm sorry. Councillor McCurry.
With your indulgence, Mr. Chair, I just want to wish Aaron a great thank you for the cooperation and investment that they've made to save this piece of Brantford's history.
Yes, well said. Further, seeing none, thank you, Aaron. Appreciate
Thank
you
you,
coming
guys.
out. Our next delegation is Alex Bergantz. If he could come forward, he's speaking to the same item.
Through the chair, Mr. Borgantz has actually left, so we have his note on file that he's in favor of it. However, he is not here any longer.
Oh, okay. Very good. We are moving quickly. Okay, that takes us to the. We're considering now the items that were separated for discussion, and the first one will be the 7.1.5, which is the cottage relocation. We had a delegation, so that will be first. So, Councillor Antosky, could you please read the motion to place all these items on the floor?
Yes, Chair Sless, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Carpenter. That all items for consideration, consent items separated for discussion purposes be approved.
Okay, and did anybody wish to speak to 7.1.5, which is the delegation? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, could you call the question on 7.1.5? Oh,
Councillor
sorry.
McCurry has.
Councillor McCurry. I hadn't seen you all night. You haven't spoken, so I'm sorry I missed you.
I know, Mr. Chair, I've been unusually quiet tonight. I'm trying to emulate Councillor Carpenter. If I may say a little latitude, Mr. Chair, as I said to Aaron, I think we owe them a debt of gratitude for their indulgence and their commitment to preserving a piece of Brantford's history. It comes with a pretty substantial price tag, and I think as a council, we owe them that debt, as I've mentioned. This is noteworthy for a couple of reasons, Mr. Chair. First of all, it establishes for Brantford City Council the novel idea, which wouldn't have been held a number of years ago, that we can demand that developers respect our heritage. And you've seen here that this developer has recognized the value in their development downtown, and they've complied with our desire to have this preserved and relocated to another spot. I think this council is perhaps the most enlightened of councils that I have dealt with in my time here with respect to concern for heritage issues. And I'm sure Councillor Carpenter would completely agree with me. I want to actually hark back and tell you why this is significant to me, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and Councillor Carpenter, Councillor Martin, will probably remember Ann Westaway, who was the chair of the Heritage Committee for my 5 years on that committee. And Ann's burning desire and her number one fear was that this cottage would be lost to history. And that's going back to the 90s, Mr. Chair. And when I think of this cottage, I think of Ann and the time that she spent promoting heritage preservation and heritage issues in the city. And I wish she could be here to participate in this. She's been gone from us quite a while, and we are looking on a way to memorialize her in the city of Brantford. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCurry. Councillor Carpenter.
Well, this is in Ward 5, I believe. But Councilor McCurry's speaking to this. He deserves a lot of accolades himself. He's passionate about heritage, and he got involved with this application and with this developer, and worked some magic with staff. And council ponied up some money here for this the lot to make this happen. He does deserve some accolades. He didn't just talk the talk; he walked the walk on this one, and made it happen with a few other people. So he deserves a lot of accolades on making this happen and saving. I think I've always called it the Crystal Palace, but it is one of the best pieces of heritage property we have. And what it does tell us, though, is that there is an opportunity if council can provide the land we could, heritage properties that need to be moved for development could be saved and moved into another location. So then Pearl comes to mind as a good lot that you could put a lot of houses on and provide and save some heritage properties throughout the community and still have the community move forward with development. So this is what this proves, that it can be done with a little bit of work, that we could actually save heritage properties with at the same time by taking some ownership to it and putting our money where our mouth is and making it happen. So Councilor McCurry, congratulations. This is a plan you've worked on for a couple of years. I know that, and it's a long time coming for you. So congratulations on your work.
Thank you, Councilor Carpenter. Are there any further speakers to this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, could you please take the vote on this?
Item 7.1.5, applications under Section 34 of the Ontario Heritage Act is approved unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillors Vanderstelts, Celeste, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Van Tilburg, Carpenter, McCreary, Utley, and Weaver.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The next item is 7.1.3, staff privileges relating to golf operations and other city services. Report number 2021-70, and that's Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question through you to staff. If this recommendation is approved tonight, why would it not apply to this year? Why are they recommending waiting till next year to implement?
The Chair, we would, if we can get the corporate policy completed this year, we would implement it this year.
Okay, thank you. Why does it say in the report that it would wait till next year?
So for that 2021, what we're saying is that we need to maintain as is because we're currently hiring and that practice in place, it was halted and we were only going until the end of 2020 season. Staff were to come back at the end of 2020. There were some delays in the report. So now we're looking to move it into the 2021 season until that corporate policy is in place. If we can move that corporate policy and draft it this year, again, we will put that policy in place this year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a number of questions through you to staff. What other courses in the comparative group operated at a surplus in 2020? I'm not sure if you have that information, or if not, I would like to get it fairly soon.
Through the chair to Councillor Utley. So the ones that we do know of right now, Hamilton, London, they did operate in deficits from what we gather. Kitchener, we're still waiting confirmation, so I can't really speak to that one. And some of those deficits, I can't speak to why they are in deficit. Some of them were in 2020, so that could be related to COVID. Others were obviously in 2019 and 2018. So it's a tough question to answer right now. We could get information for you, but again, it depends on how much we're willing to obtain by that time by council.
Thank you, Indy. Mr. Chair, I have 4 other questions. When we suspended the playing privileges last summer, we lost some staff members. I just want to find out, were they long-standing members? And I don't think they came back, but I'd like to know if they did or not. Again, I don't need that today, but unless you've got the answer for it.
Chair, I don't think I can speak on that, to be honest, in terms of staff, particular staff, without in-camera session. But what I can say is there were 3 staff that did leave, and there were no other staff that left. This season, we are seeing actually the same amount of staff and some returning staff applying for jobs to work at Walter Gretzky.
Oh, that is good to hear. Indy, in one of the appendices, Appendix D, there was an assumption made that all the carts were used by staff in when they played golf in the free times. I like to, there had to be some that walk. I know some walk. I know some of the staff members there, and they do walk the course. So if you could add a column in there that notes how many may have walked the course, just so that it makes that information a little more accurate. Next question. This you may have already answered. This is how do we anticipate any difficulties in hiring staff this year? And it sounds like we're not at this point in time anyway. But that does lead into my last question, and that is there's a high percentage of turnover in golf, and I think most of it comes at the end of the season when students go back to college or university. I'd like to find out what we can do to try and minimize the turnover of staff or the loss of staff walking out on their potential. If you could look after that, I'd appreciate it. And then, Mr. Chair, I have an amendment that I'd like to make.
Okay, you've got about 15 seconds.
Okay, or I can get a second speaking opportunity if there are. I'll start.
Yeah, you'll need it now. You're down to 3. Okay. I'll put you back on the list, Councillor Utley.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor McCurry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome, Indy. When we suspended the privileges last season to paid employees at golf courses, that did not apply to the volunteers that work there. Is that correct?
Through Chair, no, Councillor McCurry, that did not apply to the volunteers.
Because I believe there was a mistaken belief in some parts of the community that was the case. So to be clear, the volunteers that don't get paid at the golf courses still had the ability to play for free.
That's correct.
But did any of those volunteers also enjoy the perk of a free membership to Indy?
So through the Chair, Councillor McCurry, there were many rounds played by the volunteers. I can get that number for you. In particular, there were actually more rounds played by the volunteers than there were staff. So we have about 20 volunteers throughout the 2 courses at that time. And they did use that privilege as well, and it's part of their hiring.
Right, and the restrictions are not. We're not terribly restricted with respect to the number of times a volunteer can play. Is that correct?
Through the Chair, no. If there's an open tee time, then we do allow volunteers to play, although we do encourage them to play at off-peak hours.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Excuse me. And do we issue T4s for that benefit that we offer to volunteers?
No, we don't.
Okay. Thanks, Indy.
Are there any other first-time speakers? Okay, seeing none. Councillor Utley, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Under the options recommendations, I'd like to move an addition to those recommendations, and that a report come back to council at season end outlining the following at WGGC. Staff hiring and retention, what can be done to retain staff, number 1, or A, and then B, if I'm going to hold off on the last one. I think we'll just wait till see what happens this year. But if that, I'd like to see that added into the report that comes back to us.
Do you have a seconder for that, Councillor Utley?
Not yet. Anyone?
Seconded by Councillor McCurry.
Thank you, Councillor McCurry.
Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, could you please call the vote on the amendment? Sorry, Indy.
Chair, if I could just get some clarification on that, Councillor Utley. We don't plan to bring a report back, so this would be a request for a new report. We were going to go back and create the policy and put it in place. And only bring forward an appropriate bylaw for that. We don't plan to bring a report back for this item again.
Could I through UND and HR, and stuff could I think that, the turnover is a concern for all of us, and it affects efficiency and customer service. So then I'll move a motion instead of an amendment that you get back to us with a report and recommendations on staff hiring and retention. And if that's satisfactory to the mover, the seconder, I'd appreciate it. I see you nodding. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, if I could.
I'm not sure. I don't think you can put a motion on the floor. There is a motion on the floor, Councillor Utley. You can amend the motion on the floor, but I don't think you can introduce another motion.
Then amendment to that motion.
An amendment to what's on the floor.
Yes.
And that is the staff privileges related to golf.
Staff
motion.
hiring and retention report.
Okay. Is the seconder good with that? It's good with that. You good with that, Madam Clerk?
Sorry, if I can, through the chair, just in regards to clarification associated with this. So what my understanding is Councillor Utley is looking at the options under section 9.6, and there's the 4 options. This recommendation is for staff to move forwards with the A and B, approval of A and B options accordingly, and come back with a policy. If you're seeking a report back on hires and turnover associated due to golf, is that correct? Otherwise, unfortunately, I'm not sure that this motion is germane to the motion before you.
Yes, that is the essence of what I was trying to say.
Okay, so the amendment would be that this recommendation be amended to add an additional clause directing staff to report back on the turnover associated with the privilege of golf.
And
Okay.
what can be done to retain staff.
Okay, that's been seconded by Councillor McCurry. And I believe, Indy, you wanted to comment on that?
Just maybe a comment that might help Councillor Utley there. I know when you were asking your questions, I wasn't able to speak on the retention of staff, but just to give you an idea, we've had about 23 turnover of staff in 4 years. Out of those 23, about 10 were temporary contract, 12 were students, and 1 was casual. So it's really not a very high number in terms of if you're looking at turnover over a 4-year period. There's about 23 staff. So if that helps with your recommendation or motion, just wanted to let you know that I wasn't able to provide a response at that time.
Thank you, Indy. Through you, Mr. Chair. I base that recommendation on what was in the report, that there was a high turnover of staff. So if you're saying there isn't, or it's not as bad as what we think, I can withdraw that amendment.
Through the chair, in terms of turnover for the areas where privilege is seen, it was high compared to where. So for example, if we see it in, if we compare it to Sanderson Center, where there is a privilege there, we're actually seeing high numbers compared to that. And actually Sanderson Center was seeing high numbers as well. So it's in comparison, not citywide, not related to any function that does not have a privilege. It's only focused on those areas where there is a privilege.
Can we
monitor? We're a mile past 4 minutes here. Were you withdrawing that, Councillor Utley?
I think I'm going to withdraw it for now, and I can introduce that at a later date if I need to.
And is the seconder good with that? It's withdrawn?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, the next speaker in the queue is Mayor.
So we're not doing the amendment. This is to the main resolution. Right?
This is to the main resolution. That's correct.
Okay, so I've got I'm very concerned about the taxable nature of these benefits. In private industry, many employers don't do this anymore because it becomes a nightmare dealing with Revenue Canada, because any benefit that an employee receives has to be calculated the market value and included in their T4. Otherwise, you've got problems potentially with the Department of National Revenue. So I'd like to know this: if we do this policy, how do we keep track of it? Like if someone buying a Brantford hoodie, they get 15% off. Does someone keep track of that 15%? Is it added on to their T4? Like, how are we going to deal with this?
So through the chair to Mayor Davis. So what we're thinking right now is we're going to be bringing back that option. We're going to take that back. We're not looking to add a taxable rate right now in terms of a 15% discount. We don't do that right now with the programs that we do offer. So we do need to take that back to see if that's something we want to move forward with. But again, the monetary value in all of this has to be determined if it actually is a taxable benefit or not. So again, that was not prepared for this meeting. What we wanted to bring to the attention of council is the fact that there's a potential for a taxable benefit if we look into moving or continuing as is, or if we move towards a program like this.
Are you finished, Mr. Mayor?
I may have an amendment, but let me think about it.
Okay. Councilor Antosky, you took your hand down, did you? Okay. Are there any further speakers to this?
Councilor Carpenter.
Seeing none? Are there any further amendments to this?
Sorry, through the chair, Councilor Sluss, Councilor Carpenter does have his hand up.
I'm sorry, his hand is a different color on my screen.
It blends
I don't know
in.
why. Yeah, it blends right into the paint on his wall. Yeah, I've got to stare at it to see it, but I see it now, yes. Sorry, Councilor Carpenter, my mistake.
Thank you. Just the staff, so you're looking at coming back with a policy that gives 15% across the board. Is that how I understand this?
The chair, that's correct, Councilor Carpenter.
And that's to council members as well?
That's correct.
Okay, and so we have some of the things you didn't mention. Free parking is part of that process in there. So should we be getting? When you look into the taxable benefit, will you be looking at councilors being a taxable benefit on the free parking passes that we are provided now?
So through the chair, we have to look at if we will be charging staff for parking or not. Again, this is why we need to bring the taxable benefit item forward. I think that would be a fulsome report that's needed and needed to be presented in front of council.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any other hands. Mr. Mayor, did you have an amendment? You're muted, sir.
Did I hit the raised hand button? I don't think I did, but I'll try an amendment. What the heck?
Go ahead.
Here we go. So I'm going to move an amendment. I mean, this report says 15% across the board. I'm going to move an amendment, if there's a seconder, that actually be C, that all staff privileges and discounts, corporate-wide paid staff, and members of council be removed. I guess I can't discuss that unless I got a seconder. I think Councilor Weaver.
You do, Councilor Weaver.
Okay, and I'm going to say this because I'm really concerned about this taxable aspect to it. And as I said, I've had experience in that in private industry, and a lot of employers have moved away from this sort of stuff because it just becomes an administrative accounting quagmire trying to keep track of it all and meet the requirements of the Income Tax Act. And, you know, there's the other issue of fairness. And I think a lot of our city staff, they're really devoted, many of them that I've met, most of them, they do great jobs. But, you know, they're reasonably well paid compared to other people. The benefits generally are very good, excellent pension plan. And I don't know, this, you know, let's be honest, when you do this privilege, you are taking away from some revenues we otherwise have. And so I think just in terms of the optics, public organization, many organizations are moving away from this for the administrative headaches it causes. So that's the purpose of this. It's not intended in any way to reflect on the commitment of our employees or my wanting to recognize them. That's why you do these sorts of things. It's a question of loyalty. But as I said, they're becoming very dated for a lot of different reasons. And I don't know, for public service organization with what we have here, I just, this would still have volunteers would get their golf, and the golf pro would still, because part of his contract is same across all courses. So throwing it out there, I think it's worth considering.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilor McCrory.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Could I have staff repeat their recollection of the amendment before us?
Through the chair, in regards to the amendment before you, that clause C be amended to discontinue privileges associated with paid staff.
And I presume that would include members of council?
Absolutely, for whatever we get, which I don't think is very much. I think it's free parking or whatever it is. So.
Yeah, thank you very much, Julia, for that. I'm happy to support this. I find there's a bit of a discomfort level in terms of dealing with an item tonight that that bestows upon us a privilege, no matter how minor. And I completely agree with the mayor in two respects. Number one, we are largely a corporation of folks that are pretty well paid. And I would have to think that our median wage in the corporation is probably higher than the median wage of the community, which pays our way. And I'm quite happy to discontinue this. I see that we continue to pay our volunteers at our city golf course, singular, with golfing privileges. But even with that, I have some degree of discomfort. And that's why I asked earlier if we issue T4s to those folks, because really it is pay for service. And members of council who've been around a while might recall a delegation that we heard a number of years ago. And in answer to asking the gentleman how much he paid for his golf membership, he said he paid nothing for it. He was a volunteer and he golfed for free. So I think a lot of those folks get compensated pretty well by way of free golf. And again, I've got a bit of discomfort there with respect to not complying with Canada Revenue Agency in terms of actually demonstrating to the agency what their true compensation is for their services. And I think that's something that we need to hear back from staff with respect to whether or not we're on the side of the angels in terms of not T4ing those individuals as well.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor McCreary. Councilor Utley, to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also had a concern about, if we track the estimated cost of corporate-wide privileges, my fear was doing that will cost more than the savings we're trying to squeeze here. So although I agree to some degree with the removal of those privileges, I would like to see that part of the report that's coming back to us. I don't think we won't get an accurate number, but I'd like to see, if we're gonna track costs and privileges, I think that's going to be a fairly big number and a lot more work for our staff as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Utley. Councilor Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to actually suggest it's 9:48 coming on to the 10 o'clock hour, which we would be required to move a motion to extend the hour. What I would like to propose, though, since again, 10 o'clock, I know Councilor Carpenter, I started meetings at 1 o'clock today with staff. If we could take these three items and put them to the next meeting and just state that we'll finish this item to complete the night. There are no resolutions on the agenda. I'm not sure if anybody has any notices of motion, but I think that would finish us up relatively shortly after 10.
The only thing I would caution Councillor Weaver, item 7.1.7, the affordable housing is time sensitive and it has to be done this evening.
You're right, sorry. Could I actually move that we just do that one next and then put the other two towards the next meeting?
Is there a seconder for that? Councillor McCurry? Okay. We may as well just vote on it. I don't think anybody's going to change each other's mind. So if you can just call the vote on it, please, Madam Clerk. On finishing this item that we're on and item 7.1.7 and then adjourning.
Yes, through the chair. So the motion would be to defer the remaining items,
Yes.
except for those two that you just spoke on, directly to City Council.
Correct.
Sorry, is Councillor Van Tilburg still present or has he left? He's left. Okay, thank you. So, sorry, ignore the top of the screen there. The motion to defer the remaining two items pending consideration of and finalization of the golf privileges report, as well as 177 Colborne Street West, is approved on a recorded vote of 9-1. Those in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillors Vanderstelts, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary. Those against, Councillor Carpenter.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Will you finish speaking to this, Councillor Weaver? To the amendment that's on the floor?
I have no other comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carpenter, oh, your hand's down? This time I seen it, now you took it down.
Yeah, it's okay because of the time. I figured I'll take it.
Okay. Seeing no other speakers, I'll call the question on the amendment.
Sorry, through the chair, just prior to the amendment, staff did bring to my attention that in the report there was an option C that all staff privileges and discounts corporate-wide for paid staff and members of council be removed. So there was a request that is the potential that clause B should actually state that staff be directed to proceed with a corporate policy with option C set out in the report and a policy to come forwards in regards to that.
That was my intent.
That was your intent? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so is everybody clear on what we're voting on? Okay. Seeing nobody shaking their heads no, could you call the vote on that then, please, Madam Clerk?
The amendment to the report is approved on a recorded vote of 9-1. Those in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillors Vanderstelt, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, McCreary, and Carpenter. Those against, Councillor Utley.
Okay, thank you. Now we're on to our final item this evening, 7.1.7, which is the new affordable housing development at 177 Colborne Street West, Brantford. Financial impact $5,545,920. It's report 2021-152. Could I get a mover?
Sorry, through
point of order.
It's been moved. Sorry, it's been moved.
Through the chair,
Speakers.
the previous item you did not vote on as amended. You only voted on the amendment.
That was my point of order.
My mistake. I'm up 2 hours past my bedtime, so bear with me. I'll call the question on the motion on 7.1.3 as amended.
Item 7.1.3 as amended is approved unanimously on recorded vote. Those in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillors Vanderstelt, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Carpenter, McCreary, Utley, and Weaver.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we're on 7.1.7, which is the new affordable housing development in West Brant. Are there speakers to this? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you to staff. Part of this project is financed with debentures. Will the rents that come in for this project cover the cost of the debentures and the rest of the costs associated with this, with operating this building?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The building itself under the current model would not be fully self-sustaining unless two things happened. That was the third-party funding opportunity, as well as the sale of the municipal assets to pay off that debenture. Should those two items not come through, then the rental revenue from the clients would pay off the debenture, but there would still be operating costs required and a contribution to capital reserves.
Okay, and how long is the debenture for with this?
Through the chair, we're looking at a 30-year debenture.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor McCreary.
Thank you very much, Chair. If I understand correctly, there's a window where we must start this project and finish. Is that correct, Mary Ellen?
Through the chair, yes, we must. The way the third-party funding is structured, we must finish the project before the end of the year, or at December 31st, 21. That being said, finish the project generally means substantial completion, doesn't necessarily mean entirely finished, in my experience.
Are there penalties for late completion?
Through the chair, the ministry could, in fact, the third-party funding through the chair could, in fact, not come through if we didn't follow through on the completion of the build.
I'll remind members of committee that the last time we entered into an agreement like this, where we had to meet a deadline for a third party, was the Gretzky Center. This is a modular build, so these components will be assembled in the city of Brantford offsite, and then they'll be created and then assembled like a Lego set on the site, which is currently owned by the city of Brantford, right?
Through the chair, that is correct.
And did I understand correctly that there's a commercial component to this building?
Through the chair, that is certainly the case. We would have no idea at this point what that commercial component would be. We would intend to go out to the community and consult on ideas for that commercial space.
Are we going to be consulting with the neighborhood with respect to this development in its entirety?
Through the chair, we expect to be out to the community by the second quarter of this year. We will be fully consulting with the community, one around the planning issues that are required and for ideas around the commercial space and any other topics that might come up.
Is this an intensification corridor?
Through the chair, I'd look to my planning partners for that response.
Through the chair to the councillor, that's correct. It is an intensification corridor.
And so we don't have any OP amendment. We wouldn't have any rezoning. We would just have site plan approval.
Through the chair to Councillor McCreary, this would require site plan control as well as a rezoning exercise.
Okay. So with our intensification corridors, we did not upzone any of those. Is that correct?
Through the chair to the councillor, no, we have not.
Okay. Thanks very much. I'm going to wholeheartedly support this. Good work by staff. It's good for the neighborhood. I know it meets with the approval of the two ward councillors, and I'm happy to support them and the affordable housing builds that we so desperately need.
Thank you, Councillor McCreary. Councillor Weaver. You're muted, Councillor Weaver.
Thank you. I apologize. It's a little late. question for staff. So could someone mention the clientele that we're expecting this build to house?
Through the chair, this would be individuals that might be housed in this would be individuals leaving the homeless system, but would be those of low acuity that did not need supports to be able to live independently. We would be looking at clientele of older clientele, 55 plus. And I should note that 18% of those individuals in our shelter system were between October and December of 2020 were 55 plus.
And what kind of controls are we going to have in place for this facility, just to ensure that we don't have any issues like we had at some of the other locations?
Through the chair, it is a different program. We would be we would be right matching our clients by doing a SPDAT tool and sort of assessing their ability to be able to live independently. That would be the approach. Individuals selected for this building, again, would not need supports to be able to live independently, which is not the same as perhaps a Home for Good project, where we would be looking at individuals who required supports to be able to live independently. These are individuals that simply are residing in our shelter system because of the inability to access affordable housing in our community, which is a little bit, which is very, very high right now. And they're simply they're staying in our shelter system because of the inability to access affordable housing.
Okay, thank you for that. So just my last question is, so could we, when this comes back to council at the end of the month, when we do the final vote, could we have a consultation plan in place just so we're aware of what that's going to be for the community? And just so we have a plan in place, just so they're aware that there are going to be dates where we're going to be able to discuss this with the community?
Through the chair, we can certainly have a plan in place.
Okay, thank you. I think this is one of those cases where we all talk about the need for affordable housing, and I think this is the time to actually vote for it. So I would appreciate everyone's support, and it sounds like it's going to get the support it needs. So make me a very happy person if that's the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weaver. Councillor Vanderstel.
Sorry, Chair Sless, I thought Councillor Carpenter was ahead of me.
I'm not sure.
It's that
Councillor
magic
Carpenter?
hand again, I guess. I don't know. That magic reappearing, disappearing hand.
Go ahead then, Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you. Just I want to ask some questions on the funding, Mary Ellen. So $650,000 from the Social Housing Acquisition Fund, RF 565. Can you tell me what that fund is for and what the balance is?
Through the chair, the balance is just around 650 right now. That fund was created with the proceeds from the sale of the Woodlawn properties at the time, and I believe it was 2016. We went forward for ministerial consent to sell those particular units to move into higher density units, and as a result of that ministerial consent, it was noted that the answer from the ministry was that those proceeds needed to be used for redevelopment of affordable housing.
Do you remember how many units that was that we got $650,000 for?
Through the chair, we have used, I can't say exactly what that 650 is for, but I would suspect that's 2 units. We have already utilized some of that fund for when we developed the John Noble apartment. So some of that fund was used to top up that particular build. This is the balance that's remaining in that particular fund. And it is my understanding there may be one more additional home to this. We're looking at that right now.
Okay, well, now we get a better dollar for it than we did the previous ones. The next one would be the Social Housing Capital Reserve. Can you tell me what the balance is of that Social Housing Capital Reserve and how is that funded?
Okay. Through the chair, that particular reserve was, it's actually the capital reserve. I can't tell you the full balance. This covers our entire capital plan. This amount that's noted within this particular report is an amount that was provided through an allocation from the Ministry of Housing in 2019. And it was through OCHI and COCHI funding. And those particular two allocations that came through were to actually develop affordable housing at the time, or use for a capital item a capital repair item within the community. In 2019, there was certainly nothing in the pipeline at that time to develop affordable housing. So in fact, it actually carried on and did some capital work in our communities with an understanding that this money would then be basically saved for the development of affordable housing. So the capital items were already funded, but we used the allocation for the capital funding with the understanding that we could then take this money out and apply it to the development of affordable housing. And that was noted in a report in 2019.
So would this be the fund that we would actually, council would dedicate during the budget process, capital money to that reserve in order to top that reserve up?
Through the chair, yes, a component of operating would go into that reserve for our capital projects, yes.
And how much have we dedicated to that capital reserve in this coming budget that we're dealing with now?
I'm sorry, I don't have that item. I can get back to you on that night at that number.
Thank you. I'd like to have that for council. And in G, it talks about the amount of debenture financing. I'm not going to get into that too much for the third party, but Affordable Housing Reserve Fund, RF 475, is that a different one as well?
Sorry, the
Affordable Housing Reserve Fund 0475.
Yes, that's a different reserve fund, but these are the only two that we are allocating to this project, along with the debenture funding.
How is that fund?
Hey, Councillor Carpenter, I let you go. I let you go beyond. Do you want back on the list?
Yeah, put me back on the list.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Vanderstel, your hand's down. Did you want to speak?
I would love to. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
I'll try not to go over 4 minutes. Mary Ellen, I think I recall you saying that between 18 and 20% are people over the age of 55. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, we did. We did a query between October and December, and that was the number. About 18% over the age of 55. And in fact, a search just 2 weeks ago showed that there are about 24 individuals in our shelter system at this time over the age of 55.
And some of them are working, some of them are alternatively able, I guess, and they've been waiting for how long now for some assistance in this area?
Through the chair, I don't have an exact number of how long they might have been on the affordable housing waiting list, but as we know, on the affordable housing waiting list, individuals that are under age 60 are often waiting up to 9-10 years to access affordable housing. We haven't looked specifically at those individuals, but I can assure that it's a very significant length of time due to lack of stock.
Right, and what does this signify? How big of a bite are we taking if this project goes forward, and if council and the neighborhood and everything goes as planned? Hopefully, all things go as planned. How big of a bite is this out of the overall need that we're demonstrating in Brantford?
Through the chair, it's not necessarily on the entire waiting list. This is to address the shelter issue at this time. Those individuals that are in the shelter system, we know that our only option here would be to add more shelter beds. And we know that that's not sustainable, given the cost to continue to add more shelter beds. This would take 25 individuals out of our shelter system, of course, of lower acuity, of those individuals that could live independently, and that is added to the Home for Good project that we just completed. So that's a significant number of people out of our shelter system. I'm can assure you that that 25 individuals would come off the waiting list, but more importantly, they would come out of the shelter system.
Great. Okay. Thanks, Mary Ellen. I appreciate the clarification.
Okay. Are there any other first-time speakers? Seeing none, Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you, Councillor Slash. Mary Ellen, back to that account. You can provide that information to me, how that account is funded, and the last account that I spoke to. And then my next question would be, you have the cost of these units. Am I reading that right? $400,000 a square foot to build these units?
To the chair, that is correct. The price of construction is quite high, and we have noted that it is up to $500 a square foot for commercial property.
Oh, okay. So that's because of the commercial component. That's what pushed the price up, because we're.
Through the chair, we're just using that as a comparator. We do know that we do know through an RFP on a recent project what in fact modular construction costs. So we believe we're in line with what modular construction costs. We've very recently gone out with an RFP. It's just prices are escalating very quickly, and this is what we deem to be a fair market price.
So we own the land, so there's no cost to us there. So it's actually costing us to build the units a little under $222,000 per unit to build these units.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Carpenter. Are there any further speakers to this? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, could you please take the vote on this item?
Item 7.1.7, new affordable housing development is approved unanimously on a recorded vote. Those in favor, Mayor Davis, Councillors Vanderstelts, Slash, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Carpenter, McCreary, Utley, and Weaver.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And our time is up. The amount of time that we extended has been used on the items that we had approved. So having said that, we are adjourned.